spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. University students will continue to stay home after efforts to resolve the lecturers' strike hit a snag once again. A meeting convened by the National Assembly Committee on Education was forced to adjourn after the Council of Universities failed to provide them with documents showing that the government is ready to provide 4.3 billion shillings to facilitate the reopening of universities and ensure that students return to class. The committee, led by Tinderet MP Julius Melly, was forced to ask Ministers Julius Migoso Gamba of Education, Alfred Mutua of Labour and John Bardi of Finance to appear before it next week to explain the efforts being made by the government to resolve the strike.
Just that one document, wherever pages they are, they could be 100 pages, they could be 1 page. Can they just cite out that document in all the 7 he has said he has presented 7 documents so that we can move? Just that one with 4.3.
It is at the Interministerial Committee that the 4.3 billion was communicated by the government in that Interministerial Committee. So
Chair,
from there,
point of order, Chair.
Chair, 4.3 billion is not pocket change. And it must be communicated in writing.
At the meeting attended by members of the committee, the Council of Universities and lecturers, the council completely failed to provide assurances on whether the funds would be available to resolve the dispute.
As much as you'll raise your documents, I really need a commitment, a document showing government's commitment. The issue of dating, it shall be discussed later on in our discussion. But I need a letter that indicates that the government has a commitment to pay 4.3 billion.
And lecturers thanked the committee for fighting for them over the 2021-2025 CBA that has resulted in them going on the strike.
We are happy that the parliamentary committee was able to see the lie from IPCF. They have been talking about 4.3 billion, and in our return to work formula, there is nowhere 4.3 billion is mentioned. So they were put to task to show us where this 4.3 billion originated from.
Education ministers Mbadi John, Alfred Mutua ministers, that is, not education, but ministers John Mbadi, Alfred Mutua and Migoso Gamba will now appear before the committee on Tuesday next week to shed more light on the government's readiness to resolve the lecturers' strike. Acting Social Health Authority CEO Elijah Washira has been sent on a 90-day compulsory leave effective immediately to allow for investigations into his professional conduct and performance in the role. The decision was made by the authorities board, citing the need for a thorough inquiry into the CEO's actions during his tenure. Furthermore, Mohammed announced that the Shah board had settled on Robert Ingasira to succeed Washira. Prior to his appointment, Ingasira served as Shah's acting director, financial services. A total of 19 officials overseeing the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exams at Kibabe SDA Mixed Day and Boarding High School in Kisii County have been suspended following the discovery of widespread cheating at the institution and are expected to appear in court this morning. The school's centre manager, deputy centre manager, 2 supervisors and 15 invigilators were deferred following the discovery of mobile phones and illicit exam materials, including answers and shorthand notes within the facility. The incident came to light when a Kenya National Examinations Council officer conducting routine monitoring at the school stumbled upon the illicit materials. This event comes as 13 teachers who were arrested on Monday on allegations of exam malpractice at Nyamninia Secondary School in Siaya, were on Tuesday released on a 100,000 shillings bond with a surety of a similar amount or an alternative cash bail of 20,000 Kenya shillings. And finally, Kenya has joined African countries in calling for adopting the continent's 1.3 trillion USD, that is 168.35 trillion shillings demand to the global north as part of the climate financing target by 2030. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, representing President William Ruto at this year's climate change conference in Baku, says the major concern is that financial commitments have not been actualized, clawing back the gains made in previous conferences. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. What are they saying?
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes. My name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo. You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, no, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2. Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Eric Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. Since I'm not shipping out. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
Well. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday. Let's take a look at what's going on with traffic this morning, starting on these Nairobi streets today. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, we're not going to see too much in terms of drama. Also taking a look at what's coming out of Westlands, Mombasa Road. So they decided after they opened the road that they were going to close it again today. And so shock on you when you come down Mombasa Road and they've shut it down from General Motors. So, enjoy. We'll see how that pans out through the morning. On Uhuru Highway, nothing. Getting into the CBD, you're fine. Southern Bypass, the scenic route into the city looks good as well. Let's see what Wednesday has in store. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yeah, it is. How you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Wednesday. It's the 13th of November, 2024. Ndu?
Yo.
Mambo vipi?
Mzuri sana.
Wewe unajisikiaje moyoni mwako?
I had 3 dreams last night.
Three dreams. As in you dream paka even have nini?
You have intermission.
You even count them.
Wewe kujisikia ile nyimbo? Sweet dreams are
made of these. Who am I to disagree?
Travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody looking for something. Some of them want to use you, abuse you. Some of them want to be used by you.
Sasa dream ilikuwaje?
Buki, that's the problem.
Ukumbuki.
But you remember there were 3.
There were 3. You know why?
If you know there were 3, then you know what they were.
I have some idea. But this was the problem. That I slept, I woke up and I was like, okay, I was dreaming. I went back to sleep.
What movie were you watching?
I didn't watch a movie.
That's why.
I should have watched I just remember one of them had a former colleague. I don't know what she was. She was traveling.
She.
Yes, she. Asking. Of course you were. Nimekuona kumbali wewe.
Halafu mkaenda wapi?
Sikuenda naye.
Ulienda
She
mall.
came where I was.
Okay. And you in Kajiado?
And her name is Vanessa Obigadu, interestingly enough.
There's such a person?
Yeah, she's from Mauritius.
Mauritius?
Yeah.
Victoria who?
Vanessa Obigadu.
Obigadu.
Maybe I should send her a message today just to say hi. I wonder what she's up to.
Send
That's
her
what they normally say when you have a thought about somebody like that.
Send the message.
You should say hello, Abi.
Tell them hi there.
Abiro. Abi?
Abiro.
Bas. Imekata kucheza pale bwana, but now. See, it's refusing to play there bwana.
Nimenyamaza kidogo. Yes, anafanya kazi lakini wewe nimekwata. Nimechill.
Who's Otio?
Otio anafanya kazi. Tio is to work.
Yes, Otio.
Otio, yes is working.
And then Talingalinga is.
Mimi nimenyamaza tu, nimechill tu.
Nimetulia.
So Jesus is working as I chill.
Yeah, job nimemwachia Yesu, nimetulia.
Kabisa.
Oja, Eric lazima tuambie ni kanisa gani anaenda.
Bas, hiyo ndio swali I wanted to ask.
Top.
Where does he go? Where does he go?
Hey, my friend. Tumeamua.
Sisi na kusamua.
Sisi naamua.
Kushaamua.
Otio Talingalinga. Yesu Tio. Yesu Tio.
Talingalinga.
Yes.
Okay.
Tio Talingalinga. Yesu Tio Talingalinga.
Eric, you've actually got the intonation quite right.
Proper?
You've got it right.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. So let him do the work.
Achafanye kazi.
Relax.
Wewe na chill too.
God says I got this.
Wewe na chill too. Wewe chill too. Come on.
God amekugach.
Amegach this. Welcome to Wednesday. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. Conversation number 1 is at 7 a.m. We are going to talk about the public participation bill. So, the National Assembly tasked the Attorney General's office to draft a public participation bill. Okay? The Attorney General's office, which has the Solicitor General, has then been asking for public opinions on this particular bill. They've published it somewhere. And they're asking people to submit memoranda. And they have said 15th is the final day for submission of memoranda. Are you aware there's something like that?
15th is Friday.
Yes. Public
participation bill?
Yes.
They want to submit memoranda?
Yes.
And you're supposed to come out in numbers?
Yes.
In Kenya?
15th of November.
On 15th of November.
In numbers.
And today's
come
13th.
Out in numbers.
Yeah, you submit your memoranda, written memoranda. Okay? Have you heard anything about that?
Mimi?
Yeah. Bas. Now, that's what we want to be discussing today at 7 a.m. with the ZKE campaign. We'll be joined by Bright Shitemi, who's a Secretariat Chairperson at Kikao, and Beatrice Uma, who's an activist, vocal youth, and a paralegal. They have been very active on this conversation about the public participation. And now, public participation bill, they have a thing or two to say. And see, here's the idea today. Can we then get to hear what the public participation bill contains, and can we start finding ways in which you can submit memoranda by that 15th? So the Attorney General, Dr. Sodoro, does not have to come and tell us, oh, you know, we told people to come and tell us, they didn't come, so the ones that came are the ones who contributed. Nah, we're going to tell her, all right? So that's a public participation conversation. 8 a.m., navigating regulations for ride-hailing apps. We will have this conversation. Bolt on the hot seat. Public Policy Director for Africa and International Markets, Kenneth Anye, will be joining us at 8 a.m. to have this conversation about Bolt. Now, Lydia, you don't say where these people work. Public Policy Director of Africa and International Markets. Of where? Aya. Hiyo ni kazi ya Lydiah na Asha. Ndio wanakuanga hivyo. For example, Irongo Houghton, who joins us at 9 a.m., is the executive director at Amnesty International Kenya, right? So he comes in at 9 a.m. to talk about human rights promotion and recognizing the defenders of justice. That's at 9 a.m. Those are the conversations for today. Mambo iko namna hiyo?
Sawa sawa.
Si ndio? Yesu tuyo?
Alenga.
Yes. It's 20 minutes after 6. Tell us about the weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Looks like rain in Nairobi, cloudy at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 16. It's 12 degrees and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 as well in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14. It's 12 and clear in Eldoret, highs of 25, and we're looking into a partly sunny Mombasa already at 26, going to highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Malindi, currently at 26. It's clear at 19 in Kisumu, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a clear Kakamega at 15. Mostly clear at 18 in Kampala, highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 26. We'll see highs of 31. It's mostly cloudy at 14 in Johannesburg with highs of 24 and lows of 12. We're looking to a partly sunny Mogadishu at 25, highs of 31, while Addis Ababa is clear at 9. It will go to highs of 23. Lagos is mostly clear at 26, highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 24. It's raining ever so slightly in Beijing Wednesday afternoon, highs of 12 and lows of 9. Temperatures cooling over Western Europe, 8 degrees and cloudy in Paris, highs of 9, while it's 8 degrees and cloudy in London with highs of 12 and lows of 7. New York Tuesday night is clear at 5 degrees. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 11 and lows of 2.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Aya, salimia watu kwa wingi.
Rakim Madaga, good morning to you. Good morning, Don Sabwa. We see you. CT, are you feeling it? It being the decrease in the deflation rate, is it a reality in Kenyan pockets? Are you feeling the decrease in inflation?
No, inflation hasn't decreased in Kenya, it has increased.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Sky Simba says happy hump day.
Does increase in your pocket?
It's a decrease in your pocket. Sky Simba says happy hump day. Eliana Yabesh, good morning, my friends. Good morning to you. Robert Mbogo is also greeting you this morning. Cyprian Kambuni says good morning. Rose Grace, we see you continue doing a good job. Kudos team, proud of you three. Thank you so much. Gilbert Kimuge says hello, good morning to the three of you. Tune in from Tampere in Finland. Ali Ado says good morning, Team Spice from Mombasa. What happened to the Shah boss? Shah boss was told take a seat, brother. Kidogo tu. Agri Momanye says good morning. In this month, I've lost a second friend and a former colleague through suicide. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Looking at the numbers just over the weekend, we had 4 suicides that came out into socials, and it looks like a lot more are happening. Polisana, the mental health of the Kenyan citizenry needs to be looked into urgently. All is not well. This is true. Desmond Otis, we see you. Good morning. Deno Mwanza says good morning, tuned in from Rudigiti. Leo says good morning, Princess.
Lucy Getty.
Lucy what? Lucy Getty. Rudigiti. Gerald Taiti says good morning from Florida. Josephat Wakangu, says good morning. Peter Karicho, Karicho says good morning. Tune in from Arizona. Wish you all a good day ahead. Wishing for the hot topics of the day. They're coming and they're coming hot. Good morning, Wanainchi Wazalendo. Invite me one day to the studio. Sawa basi nyadi chukunzira. Where are you? Tell us where you are first. Who's killing our young girls and why? So many deaths everywhere, says my prince. Samuel Juma says good morning from Finland. When I grow up, I will fix your chairs during news time. Okay, sawa basi. Woi. Lydia has heard you. Tibbs Muga says, I'm liking the sounds being made as of late. Let them squeal. Who? Buenos dias, Sandra Sherrier, tuned in from Costa Rica. Listening as usual is Onganyi Malala. Henry Nyamokeri is tuned in from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Good morning, Team Kenya. Good morning, Kenya. Musi Els is tuned in. Meshak Njenga is tuned in as well. Elvis Kirando, Givenji Gatobu, Andrew Mark is also tuned in this morning. Tibbs Muge, we see you. Mkwama N says good morning. Top of the morning to you too. Alex Chaboy is tuned in this morning. Agola Bass, that song Tia Linga Linga has gotten Agola working this morning and says good morning my people. Good morning to you. Ndu umependeza. Nani?
Wewe, sinduni wewe. Ujama mwingine anaitwa Eric. Na mimi naitwa City.
No, but
Sasa unataka?
Unapendeza means you love someone.
No. Wewe unapendeza. You are delightful to look at.
It's over. In fact, wacha tufunge show twende home. Whatever needs to have been done for today has been done. Mission
Please.
Thank you very much.
You are lovely. That's what it means.
There's nothing people can tell me today. No.
Nothing.
Umemaliza hii story.
It's finished. Kwisha me. Cyrus Kalasing says, good morning, Spices. You guys are just amazing. Tell Ndu I also had a dream. I saw Jesus watching over Kenya. Rachel Wajiru says, good morning. Bernardo Kello is tuned in this morning. Robinson Kisero says, good morning from Hong Kong. Events by Morgan is also tuned in. And Muiruri Jane says, good morning as well. Everybody, karibuni sana.
Karibu everybody. City. Bado tunaendelea na mambo yetu sio?
Sisi tuko pale pale. We are there. Yes. Did you know that the official languages in Kenya are Kiswahili and English?
I heard someone mention something like that. I think it was you.
It was me, eh?
Yeah.
Just a day ago.
Okay. Did you also know that the capital city of Kenya is actually Nairobi?
The commercial capital or the administrative capital?
Both.
Allah?
Both.
Oh my word.
Commercial. Yeah, but I thought it was important. Right. Now, one of the things that I would want you to understand that Kenya is the 28th most populous country in the world.
28th?
Yes. And it's the 7th most populous country in Africa.
Allah.
We are many.
Allah.
We are many. By the time people tell you the population of Kenya is around 54 million to 58 million, you know that one. We are growing. And they're not keeping up with the counting. Now the proverb. Bahati. Ukikukataa. Here you have to be careful because Bahati is also the name of a person. So sio Bahati akikukataa. Hapana, sio hivyo. Bahati ikikukataa. Hata kwa mganga.
Wallahi.
Wallahi. Haitaifa.
Bahati ikikukataa.
Hata kwa mganga. Haitafaa.
Where you're alone.
By yourself.
You're by yourself.
Yes.
Bas. Hivyo ndio mimi pia naona. Pia mimi naona same. Okay. Tuangalie headlines.
On the front page of the Standard, God in heaven, Fuliza gang in 449 million shilling heist to lose property. So understand something, please. They will lose the property that they use this 449 million shillings to buy. But we'll look into that.
They Fuliza 449 million.
Get this. At least 10 youth registered more than 123,000 mobile phone lines, took loans, and went on a car and motorcycle buying spree without the intention of repaying the money. Their properties are to be forfeited to the government.
That story has so many questions on so many levels.
Exactly. I read it this morning. I read it 3 times. Just to try and understand. But I will raise the question as we do the story.
Okay.
Abducted youth were extorted to secure the release. First of all, how bad can it get? When the people said, when it rains, it pours. First of all, you abduct me.
Yes.
Then you torture me or beat me up or slap me up the side of the head, whatever. Then in order for me to ask to be free, then now you still want money from me. For goodness sake. What are we doing, man?
Ataki maneno?
No, Atutaki. Ruto picks insider for CBK deputy position. Who's an insider? We'll see. Thousands may miss exams over varsity funding crisis. Multiple universities say students have been given an ultimatum to settle standing tuition fees before the tests begin in December. Hang on. Do you remember a time, not too long ago, when we were told by the CS Education that allow these students to go to school, do not demand fees from them, just let them.
Yeah.
It was not too long ago, was it?
Nope.
It was not. But here we are. And there is no government funding until the case is heard mid-next month. So right now, who is going to suffer? The grass.
Oh, yeah.
Papa Noel, Sunamjua. Unfortunately, he passed. And musicians and fans pay tribute to Papa Noel. As if the world could not get any more disturbing, the Anglican head quits after child abuse saga. Justin Welby resigned as the Archbishop of Canterbury after facing scrutiny over his failure to report a prolific child abuser. The abuser is said to have targeted more than 130 minors for years. Just below that, interestingly enough, after a story of the church, women, according to a report, are more prone to join cults. Sasa.
Women are more prone to join cults.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Acha tuone.
Okay.
On the front page of The Nation, Gulf oil deal ties Kenyans to expensive fuel. Kenyan consumers face a month-long extension of the government-backed fuel import plan, with Gulf oil majors denying motorists, household and industrial users relief from falling petrol prices globally in a new agreement that will help the country to evade paying hefty penalties. The deal continues until the end of November. 2013 polls chief Isaac Hassan lands Plum State job, election losers. Wow. Also among beneficiaries of Ruto positions. There was a former marathon champion who passed away. Actually, he was killed. Guess what? His widow is among 3 who've been charged with murder. Lecturers still strike as pay talks flop again. That's what's on the back page of The Nation.
Okay. In the Business Daily, IMF and World Bank. So those two are sisters.
They are cousins.
Yeah?
Those are sisters.
They're sisters, these ones.
No, they're not cousin sisters.
Sisters. They are split on Kenya Power monopoly. The IMF and the World Bank have differed on the push to end Kenya Power's monopoly in the sale of electricity to homes and businesses. The IMF wants Kenya to speed up regulations that will allow other firms to sell power in competition with the utility, arguing that the country is behind schedule in liberalizing the electricity market. But the World Bank is warning the government against its push to end the monopoly, saying an open market will trigger a surge in electricity prices, which has risen the most among basic items over the past 5 years.
How did they explain this one? That the competition will raise, does that not go against the very, very simple laws of competition?
Yeah, they say you open up, bring competition, there will be rising. I don't know.
How does that happen?
Me, I don't know.
All right, we'll leave it at that.
They have a photo here of Dr. James Mwangi. You know James Mwangi, no? He's the Equity Group CEO, and he speaks during the release of the company's financial results and an investor briefing held at Equity Center in Nairobi yesterday. The lender has posted a 13.6% rise in net profit. Equity has made 39.3 billion shillings in 9 months.
30?
Ended September. 39.3 billion.
Before, after tax?
Net profit.
Net
So
they made more money than Safaricom.
In just 9 months. We're not talking about the full year results. No. 9 months.
Oh, that Safaricom was half year.
It was half year?
Yeah.
There's still more.
There's still more coming.
Yeah. Now, remember, young people going out there, Ruto, advisors, costing money. And Ruto saying, I will cut advisors by 50%. I will, the office of First Lady, office of Second First Lady, of Third First Lady, going. Right?
Yeah.
State House is seeking to expand its pool of consultants to beef up the administration's bottom-up strategy, despite splashing over $1 billion shillings to maintain a coterie of advisors to President William Ruto. The Executive Office of the President is hiring on short-term contracts economists and experts in a wide range of fields, including agriculture. They're bringing in experts in agriculture and finance and environment, in climate finance, digital economy, biotechnology, and carbon markets. These consultants, preferably PhD holders with at least 10 years of work experience, will join prominent advisors like David Day, Henry Rotich, Augustine Cheruiyot, Moses Kuria in shaping Kenya's economic agenda as Ruto seeks to speed up growth under the bottom-up strategy.
Okay. And what has happened?
Currently, so far, Kinadei and Cheruiyot are eating $1 billion shillings. Okay.
On their own, as they are.
Yeah. Now we're adding some more because we need to speed up this bottom-up.
So, and the economic policy is yet to be shaped.
Yeah,
by the way,
we're speeding up the bottom-up.
By the way, even as we speak, we have ministries. That deal with these matters, eco-planning, eco-finance.
And there are people who work in those ministries.
Oh, yes, they are.
I was just checking.
Those ones are just doers. You see, those doers
not planners and shapers.
Actually, they are.
Those doers don't advise the president. The president wants people that can advise
all
him.
These years that we haven't had as many advisors as we now see, and the country has been working well. Does that not tell us?
It hasn't. That's a problem.
In the previous years, we didn't have these many advisors. There were advisors,
that's
just
why
one
it
or
was
two
top
or three
bottom.
or four.
That's why it was top bottom.
Yeah, but
now we are changing. It's a whole paradigm. Remember, City. Remember, we are looking at the pyramid in its proper shape, starting from the bottom, going up. Okay.
See, sorry, don't be angry. Shebi people don't have money.
Shebi.
You don't have money.
Shebi.
Okay. Oh, chukuna. It's good.
You know, I actually don't understand. Really.
You will not understand, City. Just let it be. All right.
No, for me,
we're just going to raise this thing to 2 billion shillings. 2 billion zippers are mingi.
Yeah, that's what we lose every day.
Yeah,
anyway.
2 billion
so
is not a lot of money.
Paying people, it will be okay.
Na hii pesa si ya nani?
Shamamangu.
Very good.
Na wewe unaitwa CT GOK.
No,
so you're going to PhD CT?
Bas, that's what I wanted to say.
CT,
kuna space, kuna nini? Kuna short-term contract for PhD holders with over 10 years experience.
Let me ask you people something. These people who are already
advising,
who have been advising all this time, are we saying they can't do this job?
See, they haven't done it.
They have not done it.
Then why are they still there?
See, now you go and do the job.
No. This talk on radio is fine. This is fine. This one is fine.
You don't want this thing?
No. Okay. I can talk some pop psychology here. I can talk some pop economics.
State is spending less than a third of 54 billion shillings housing levy funds. Okay? President Ruto's administration absorbed less than a third of the 54.16 billion shillings remitted by employers and employees towards housing development levy in the first year of enforcement. Msijali tutaongeza. That's why we're hiring advisors.
Hiring consultants.
Bill locks blacklisted firms out of tenders, and M-Pesa deposits dip despite growth in customer numbers. City, the Star.
Top right-hand corner in teal green, no signed document. MPs summon Treasury CS John Mbadi on lecturers' strike. The full story is on page 8. There's some 4.3 billion shilling offer that was made to the striking lecturers. But from what we have heard, observed, seen, that money has not been forthcoming. So the strike is still striking. Okay? The committee concerned says that the government has refused to make a commitment in writing. They're just saying, they're just talking. And then when you ask them, they talk some more. Okay? They're saying, talk about it in writing. Sawa. Right. Ruto plan to get Raila support in 2027 race. Okay? President William Ruto and his allies are aggressively quoting ODM for political backing 2027. There are those who even say that what's actually happening here. There are plans to have another formation, okay? So all these things are in the public domain, though they are just in whispers, okay? Nothing has been confirmed. Right. Renowned judge recalls his run-ins with ex-AG Njonjo. Who is the renowned judge? Gentleman by the name of Lee Mudhoga.
Of the East African Court of Justice.
Oh, yes. This man, sterling reputation in his time. In the days when LSK was LSK and it was doing LSK business, just like now LSK is LSK and is doing LSK business. He has written a book.
They're all writing books now.
That is precisely the point.
Very good.
Yes, it is good to read some of the things these people are saying. Someone's lived in those times. At least now we'll get to understand what actually happened. We'll go beyond the veil, okay? Alarm over rising cases of foodstuff laced with bang. This one is, there's an increase consumption of cannabis-laced food in the country. A study has revealed. Yani, when you eat something and you're feeling funny, okay?
Bang in the middle of the food.
Oh my Lord.
Iko shida. Story is on page 10. Bang in the middle of the paper. Shah Chief Executive Washira suspended, not sacked. Suspended. Okay. The story is on page 2. Okay, they say akwende nyumbani kidogo tu wakiangalia hapa na pale. And then there's a picture in the bang in the middle of the paper of the Nairobi River, which is a complete and utter mess. It's a cesspool. It is work. Man, anyway. Ruto urges city MPs to support Nairobi River cleanup plan. I will say nothing.
He's urging city MPs to do what?
To support.
To support the cleanup of the river.
Is there not a minister for environment?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there is there not a ministry for environment?
Yeah, there is a Nairobi City Regeneration
nilianza na ministry nikishuka chini nilikuja huko. So what are they supposed to do?
At Nairobi City County, iko na environment department.
Yes, and then when the moment you start talking about bringing politicians into this thing, nothing will move.
No. You know they know how to mobilize people.
They'll talk, Chief. They will talk.
People. The People Daily has this following headlines. FKF elections are back on track after court lifts stay orders. So yeah, elections are happening across the country today. My friend Alex Musikeri, the current FKF chairman for Kajiado, is seeking re-election.
Very good for him.
Yeah. Tunaombea yeye dua. Delegates, that's the guy.
Wale wengine ambao wanashindana naye ni akina nani?
Hata hatujui.
They don't matter. Nonetheless.
I don't know. Yeah. Inside the scandals in Baku climate talks, apparently there's a scandal in the Baku climate talks. That's what the People Daily is saying. The return of Isaac Hassan after 8 years in the cold. And the headline in the People Daily today, how digital lenders are spying on you. The paper is saying that predatory entities accused of illegally collecting contacts and personal data of borrowers and employing rogue agents who resort in threatening Kenyans. This is why you should not go for just anybody. Just go for Tala. Tala, regulated, registered, Central Bank of Kenya. Tala, licensed by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. They will not do those predatory thingamajiggies.
Predatory lending and predatory things.
Yes,
predatory
embarrassment.
Look at all your information.
And
Kidogo, you have some Ingonga material on your device, and then they start Ingongaing you all over. Be careful, my friend. Haya, Taifa Leo. Hofu wanawake 4,000 wakipitia mateso kila mwezi. Idadi ya wanawake wanaouawa kikatili inaendelea kutisha, huku vituo vya uokoaji vikionyesha kuwa visa 4,000 vya dhuluma hutokea kila mwezi. Umesikia hofu, umesikia dhuluma.
Hofu ni nini tena?
Hofu
na mashaka.
Worry, concern.
Oh, worry. Si wasiwasi.
Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Hofu si wasiwasi. Hofu ni hofu.
Synonym.
Synonym.
Haya, sikiza hapa. Trump kutaja Rublo balozi wake mkuu. Trump anatarajiwa kumteua seneta wa Florida waziri wa masuala ya kigeni. So we are going to have Rubio as the Secretary of State in Trump's government. Bwana Ruto, please start knowing how to call him. Hello, Honorable Rubio. Wabunge mashakani mlimani. So the people who voted to remove Gachagua, huko in the mountain, they are being touched.
They are being greeted.
Muriguza mlima. Tunawaguza. Spika ajiuzulu kuwapeuka madiwani. Spika wa Homa Bay Julius Gaya alijiuzulu madiwani waliopokuwa wakipanga kumtimua. Guys, so impeachment coming? Not me.
I am resigning.
Not me.
Resign, impeach who?
And not me. Kaeni na hiyo kasi. I am a recognized, reputable lawyer in this country. Wanachama bang. Katikati mwa gazeti. Wanachama wa sekretariati. Taifa Leo. Wanachama wa sekretariati.
It's not possible that's a Swahili word.
That's actually what I've written.
I refuse.
There's
you can't
no
have
word
a word
for
like hofu and then you have secretariati. No, it has to be sexy.
Wanachama wa sekretariati wakosa hela, wanasiasa wakigharamia safari zao kila Odinga anaposafiri nje. Sasa pesa ni hizi. Headline, iko na picha ya Raila Odinga hapa kiongea. Anavaa kofia. na kuna mikrofonia. Anauliza swali. Aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga alipozindua kampeni yake ya kuwasilisha wenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika. Sawa? Headline inauliza pesa za Raila zaenda wapi?
Ama zatoka wapi?
Zaenda wapi? Kutoka zinatoka. Maswali yameibuka kuhusu ziliko pesa za kugharamia kampeni za kinara wa upinzani Raila Odinga, huku mzozo wa ndani kwa ndani ukitishia kusambaratisha azma yake ya uwenyekiti wa tume ya Umoja wa Afrika. Sambaratisha. Umesikia? Sambaratisha.
Hocus pocus.
Pungulu pangala. Pesa hapana toka. Kampeni ndio hii. Kampeni nanoga. Pesa hapana kuja. Kampeni pungulu pangala.
Sambaratisha.
It's 6:45. Tell us about traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Not much of it this morning. Take a look at the Thika Superhighway. The super highway is thick with traffic this morning getting into the city, but apart from that, nothing else really popping, not for now. James Gishuru looks good. Usually it's going to give you a bit of a headache past 7 o'clock, but let's have a look and see. As you're coming through towards the CBD from Mombasa Road, you'll be all right. But hey, you're going to be diverted towards the ICD route this morning, as you come past General Motors, because, they decided to do the thing whilst you were asleep. On the Eastern Bypass, we're starting to see movement. Traffic is going to build up later, but for now, if you're going to make the quick escape, it would be good to do it now. Let's talk as we get through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right.
Let me tell you how people fulizaed 449 million.
This is an interesting one.
Telling you. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, buckle up. 7 men suspected of being behind a 449.6 million shilling heist from a digital loan platform could not explain how they bought high-end vehicles and motorcycles. Okay?
High-end motorcycles?
Apparently.
Okay, carry on.
As a result, the High Court has ordered that these same high-end vehicles and motorcycles should be what?
Impounded.
Forfeited to the government as they are proceeds of crime. Now, Justice Patrick Otieno ruled that the vehicles and motorcycles should be registered in the name of the Asset Recovery Authority. Now, let me tell you what happened. At least 10 people were arrested in Nakuru and Kitale after NCBA Bank detected that hundreds of SIM cards had taken out loans from its Fuliza digital lending platform but had not repaid them. It is alleged that at least 123,000 lines were used to borrow money and then they were switched off. So you buy today, you borrow, you scatter. In addition to being charged in court, Gideon Kip Kirui, Kip Kemoy Isaac, Edwin Kip Korir, Nelson Kamau, Gideon Kibet, Johns Kip Kirui, and Gideon Kip Kowet were also brought before the Anti-Corruption High Court. Nakuru Equipment Supplies Limited, Rentance Investment, My Credit, and NCA Bank were named as interested parties and interesting at this rate. Peter Mutisia,
right,
a police officer with the ARA, which is the Asset Recovery Agency, told the court that sometime last year, the agency received information that a complex theft on the NCBA platform about this theft. The agency then moved to court seeking orders to investigate the 7 suspect family bank accounts and M-Pesa wallets. Now, what the suspects registered at least 19,000 fictitious identities using the identification of unsuspecting Kenyans. Okay?
Hey.
I don't know where they would get these ID cards from.
So they'd go into a place that has lost IDs.
Yeah. Then they take those IDs and they go and they register SIM cards, because nowadays you can't just go buy a SIM card. You must register with your ID.
So it's possible that they're also running another racket of pickpockets, where
Very
they've hired
possible.
pickpockets.
And what you need is
and
an
what
ID.
we're hiring from them is just bring the wallet We don't care about the
The money, we want the ID.
We just want the ID.
Voila.
Your pay is the wallet and the money.
You can take the money, but we are interested in the ID.
Jesus.
Now, what they did after that is they raided the digital wallet by borrowing money and transferring to a second set of mobile numbers. The funds were later transferred to individual bank accounts. Then those funds were withdrawn, and then they were redeposited into their mobile wallets. The money would then be transferred back to bank accounts. So you see what they did? They moved this money very quickly. Borrow from the mobile phone app, close the app, send it to another phone, take that from that phone, send it to a bank account, take it from that bank account, send it back to a mobile wallet, from the mobile wallet, back to your personal bank account.
Wow.
So you see, like that.
Yes, it didn't occur to them they were living a digital trail, did they?
I wonder, my brother. Now, Mutisia further explained that Kipkurui's mobile number between January 21 and 31, 2022 received money borrowed from mobile numbers registered by 7 subscribers. At the same time, his bank account received money borrowed from mobile numbers registered in the names of 20 different subscribers. Similarly, Kip Kemoy's mobile number and an account received money from lines registered in the names of 30 different individuals.
Wow.
ARA traced Kip Courier's account, which received funds from 44 different subscribers, while Kamau had money from 61 different mobile subscribers. The investigators stated that the mobile lines and bank accounts were solely used to carry out Fuliza fraud. No phone call, no SMS, no this thing, that thing.
It was
Register,
Fuliza.
M-Pesa,
Fuliza, twende.
out.
Fuliza, let's go.
Move. The court heard that Kip Kirui operated accounts at Family Bank and Equity Bank and had an M-Pesa wallet. Following an analysis of the Family Bank account, it was established that it initially had only 70 shillings. However, the accounts then began receiving 22,000 and then 100,000 per transaction. Imagine an account, 70 bob, is just chilling. Then shortly, it's shot. 22k. You don't go like this, 100,000. Then after some time, 22,000. And that's how they were doing it rhythmically.
You haven't heard of the multiplication?
2200.
You haven't heard?
Wow.
Like that, like that.
Double.
The detective added that in some instances, the bank would receive deposits via mobile money, making more than 90 transactions in one day using SIM cards, which would be disposed of in 2 or 3 days. So they do close out.
But the money is then landing into one account.
Yes. New SIM cards would then be used in the same cycle. They would subsequently withdraw the money from M-Pesa agents. So they would actually go, I'm following you, they would actually go and remove cash money. Understand? On March 9th, 2023, he made 23 withdrawals from an M-Pesa agent ranging from 130,000 to 172,000. The court heard that the bank accounts had received 3.1 million shillings from 240 mobile money wallets described as pay bill credits.
So he was depositing them and saying this pay bill credit.
Pay bill.
But they are from 97,000 lines.
Yes.
Mobile wallets.
Yes. So can you imagine these boys, they were just in one place doing this over, and that was their work. Register. Do you know how many times you have to register for you to get 19,000 lines? And that was the first. After that, they did another 23,000. And all of this was happening over the span of less than 1 year.
So these are the numbers that contribute to the huge number of subscribers that we say Safaricom has.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, vehicles that they now registered, I know time is going quickly. Toyota Mark X, Subaru Forester, Subaru Impreza, Subaru Forester. They did like that with another Walichezana Subaru Forester 10. They played again with another they seem to like these Subarus, but it's okay.
Nice cars, those.
Hey, then motorcycles, Bajaj Boxer, another Boxer, Boxer, all of them Boxer. So the court said, where is the money? What money, Your Honor?
Now these guys,
you have car. Where did you buy this car? We don't know.
Money.
Bring the car.
No, bought with money.
But by the way, the thing that has been reported there, we have actually come across a group of really very intelligent Kenyans. Very. You look at the magnitude of what is being described here,
my friend,
and the manner in which they've gone about. They thought this thing through.
They're sharp fellas.
I don't know where they slipped, but they thought this thing through. Kuna kamahali, there was a gap. Okay?
The gap is that M-Pesa then is left with a hole. When you're left with a 400 million shilling gaping hole as a
want to
you start
it's
asking
not
yourself,
paying back.
who are these people? And then you look and then you find all these lines are now no longer active. Borrowed, not active. Borrowed, not active.
And then when you
So
trace the money,
back.
you trace and trace and trace. And remember what they did?
It was registered, it borrowed
registered,
once,
phone,
and then it went.
But then it eventually landed in somebody's personal bank account. Because all of this information we're getting is from a trace. They're looking at this money. Where did it go? Where did it go? Yeah. Now, I think that was where the slip-up was. That eventually it ended up in a personal account. They tried to make it look as though it
Now,
moved.
here's the thing.
But
they could not use those IDs to open bank accounts.
No, they couldn't.
All right? Because the bank wants to see you.
And your ID.
And they want to look at you.
Yes.
And see, are you the one on this ID?
Yes.
Okay? That tells you, question number one, Safaricom, Airtel, what's the other one called? Telcom Kenya.
Yeah.
And even the other one for Jamii.
Jamii Telcom.
Yeah. How do you register subscribers?
With your
right?
ID.
The KYC processes used in registration of subscribers, how's it done? We make it very easy and seamless, all right? But then what's the impact of it? It's this, that somebody can come with an ID written very clearly as Ndu Okoh. Okay?
And it is City Muga presenting it.
And it is City Muga
So
presenting.
they don't look at your face.
They don't.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's how these guys were able to register all those lines.
See, like in the case, just a case that is before you grow a beard, this is after you grow a beard. Yes.
Or if you look like a woman, it could be before you broke your voice. Who knows?
You see, if banks will not allow you to do that, and then banks will also ask you, bring your PIN number, all those things connecting. There's a strict way in which you open and operate a bank account.
Oh, yes.
But then now, this, because of the mobile money issue, this is now the thing that the telcos now have to start thinking about clearly. Who are your subscribers?
And they had to work together, these fellas. It's not something you're going to do
your
on your
subscribers? Which is where I also come in the issue of now the IMEI numbers as well, right? There's a point to saying, let us also know that this line is being used by this mobile phone, and this handset is actually registered.
Yes, the IMEI I think is very important.
So that you know that they're too much.
That they're too much.
SIM card, phone.
How many stories have we heard of you're sitting in your house and then you're just getting notifications? What? You've borrowed money and you're like, what on earth? It's not me.
Or you've withdrawn money.
Yes, or you've withdrawn
and
money.
You're wondering, when did I withdraw? I've been sitting here. This opens up a huge Pandora's box.
For the telcos especially.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Yes. But it also speaks of this problem we keep talking about, the unemployment problem in the country.
Yeah.
By the time people sit, think, discuss, work out, they have time on their hands. And these people you're referring to are young Kenyans. They have time. So this is the engagement they got into. And the reason why they continued, it was profitable.
Yeah.
It was working and they didn't get caught.
So they thought.
Yeah.
Now they've been caught.
Yeah, I mean, they went too far. 200 million. 240.
449.6 million shillings.
Can you imagine 450 mic?
Yes.
Hey.
So they got carried away.
Hey, alafu ni gari ngapi hizo gari si za 450 million. So what else?
4, 5,
there's
6.
more. There's more to
Lakini wapiga sherehe.
So that is what now.
Subaru like this chomoka goods we were piga sherehe.
Twende Naivasha in 1.5 hours. How? Nunua gari. Twende.
Believe me,
chukua gari mpya
when the story is told in totality, the trips they took by air, they went to,
how much they were spending on a daily basis, the kind of life they were living,
where they were living.
Boss. Anyway, so you have 3 people who were brought up as Anglicans in this room, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the head of the Anglican Church is Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury. After facing scrutiny over his failure to report a prolific child abuser, has had to resign. A review of the church's handling of John Smith's QC case published last week found that Welby did not formally alert the authorities after learning of the abuse in 2013. After calls from within the church and a petition created by members of the General Synod, the church's parliament, Welby resigned yesterday. In a statement, he said, "It's very clear that I must take personal and institutional responsibility for the long and re-traumatizing period between 2013 and 2024. Here are the events that led to Welby's resignation." Who was John Smith? He is believed to have subjected up to 130 victims to traumatic physical, sexual and psychological abuse, including beatings and lashings, according to the independent review. Led by Keith Mackin, the review concluded that Smith's abuse spanned decades. And then it was brought to the Archbishop's attention, and the Archbishop, decided to deal with it in another way. Didn't come out. Now he has had to resign. It's a big one.
It's a huge one.
It's a huge one. The Archbishop of Canterbury, his last big event was the coronation of the King. No, it was York. Was it him or York? Anyway, it's 7 a.m. Time for the news.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Students in public universities will go without being taught for much longer after a meeting convened by the Committee on Education of the National Assembly to resolve the lecturer strike ended in disarray for the second time. Led by Committee Chair Tinderet MP Julius Melly, members adjourned the meeting after the chair of IPUCCF, Fred Simiu, failed to provide documentary evidence that the government had allocated the alleged 4.3 billion shillings to pay the lecturers.
Just that one document, wherever pages they are, they could be 100 pages, they could be 1 page. Can they just cite out that document in all the 7 he has said he has presented 7 documents, so that we can move? Just that one with 4.3.
It is at the interministerial committee that the 4.3 billion was communicated by the government in that interministerial committee. So
Chair,
from there,
point of order, Chair.
Chair, 4.3 billion is not pocket change, and it must be communicated in writing.
Melly say the meeting without representation of the National Treasury and Education Ministry to give commitment on the money would not resolve the matter.
As much as you raise your documents, I really need a commitment, a document showing government's commitment. The issue of dating, it shall be discussed later on in our discussion. But I need a letter that indicates that the government has a commitment to pay 4.3 billion.
Addressing a press briefing after the meeting, OASU National Secretary General Constantine Wesonga said that the lecturers will not resume work until their demands are met. They further thanked the committee for being on their side.
We are happy that the parliamentary committee was able to see the lie from IPCCF. They have been talking about 4.3 billion, and in our return to work formula, there is nowhere 4.3 billion is mentioned. So they were put to task to show us where this 4.3 billion originated from.
Ministers John Mbadi, Alfred Mutua and Megoso Gamba will now appear before the committee on Tuesday next week to shed more light on the government's readiness to resolve the lecturers' strike. Kenya has joined African countries in calling for adopting the continent's 1.3 trillion USD, 168.35 trillion Kenya shillings demand for the global north as part of the climate financing target by 2030. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, representing President William Ruto at this year's COP29 in Baku, says the major concern is that financial commitments have not been actualized, clawing back the gains made in previous conferences.
Now we are bringing in as Africa a new financing mechanism of 1.3 trillion because the global south and also Africa, we are the victims and the polluters are here.
Tunataka sasa tutoke kwa hiyo hali ya kuzungumza tu. Tunataka tuone kabisa kwamba hizi pesa ama huu usaidizi sasa umefikaje kwa hizo mataifa kama Kenya na zingine, na tunataka tuone ni programu gani ambayo imepewa, ni taifa gani limepewa kiasi gani.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, on his part, has told world leaders attending the conference that financing projects to address the impacts of climate change is not a matter of aid, but a collective responsibility that must be implemented immediately. Guterres said the world is at risk of continuing to disrupt normal human life due to unpredictable disasters that have been frequently caused by the effects of climate change.
But all countries must do their part, and the G20 must lead. They are the largest emitters with the greatest capacities and responsibilities. They must bring their technological know-how together with developed countries supporting emerging economies. And every nation must have the tools and resources for climate action. COP29 must tear down the walls of climate finance. Developing countries must not leave Baku empty-handed. A deal is a must, and I'm confident it will be reached.
That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, let's have a look at what's happening with the streets today. These streets are the ghetto, but the ones in Nairobi, a little bit of traffic on Jogoo Road heading out towards Landis, and it's busy also on the Eastern Bypass coming through towards North Airport Road. All right, on Mombasa Road, traffic then going through from all the way from Mololongo out towards Imaradaima, but then you're going to get to General Motors and you're going to slow down because you're going to use the ICD route to get out of the city. What else is going on? Traffic is also busy on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Survey through towards Pangani, and it's also busy on Kiambu Road this morning. Apart from that, not much else. We'll keep an eye on things, shan't we, CT? We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag, The Situation Room.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat.
Opposite. Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. The only way
to... It's the only way to start your day, and it's the only way to win 25,000 shillings into your Stanbic bank account end of this week.
Indeed.
Right? 25,000 shillings. My friend, you know when you talk about personal banking, talk about personal money. Yes. And personal wealth and personal planning.
Exactly. And you can't do all of that without then talking about Kenya's #1 private bank. And that is Stanbic Bank. The different things that they do and the different ways in which they have been engaging with people over the last many years. So you ask yourself, so what is it that you can or cannot do? So you think about the current economic situation in the country. The conversation is about securing your family's future and wealth, and you can do this actually with confidence. So Stanbic Bank understands that ambition never stops and is saying, you know what, you can get into some of the ways in which you can protect your wealth for the future and then enjoy some of the many things that you can when you open your account. Imagine the MasterCard Golf program that allows you to play in golf tournaments around specific events. 24/7 concierge, somebody who's able to meet your needs when you need them. Travel benefits. You can race through airports and chill in lounges just because you are part of the Stanbic family. You can talk about the booking platform, MasterCard booking platform, educational discounts, Showmax and global connectivity, global data roaming, art and culture, ways in which you can be plugged into different aspects of society because you did what? You bank with
All
Stanbic.
because you bank with Stanbic.
How about you open an account? It could be you to tell us how you experience Stanbic and win 25,000 shillings this week. Let us know.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you do that. Now, we are going to have a conversation about public participation, right? Remember a number of cases that have gone to court. And the courts have said on various occasions, this one did not meet the master. And when it comes to public participation is not a suggestion. It's actually a requirement. Article 10, Article what of the Constitution, they talk about all this and the other, right? Last week we hosted the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, and we asked her, now surely all the other courts, High Court, Court of Appeal, have stood with the people, and then the Supreme Court is not standing with the people. She's like, absolutely no way. You people did not even understand the judgment that came out of the Supreme Court on the Matter of Finance Act 2023. We actually came back and said, yes, public participation is an important component in lawmaking. And we even told Parliament, can you go and make a public participation law that guides this country on how public participation happens? Okay? Now, the issue that they were saying is, when a matter is now going through public participation in second reading, when then amendments are made, you need to explain how those amendments are arrived at. But you don't have, again, to go and say public participation on those amendments. That will be another circumlocutus process. Are we together? Are we together? Now, this is what Parliament has done. Parliament has, the National Assembly in September this year, formally handed over the responsibility to develop a legislative framework for public participation to the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. The Office of the Attorney General has developed the Public Participation Bill 2024, and it is now seeking views from the public, all stakeholders and experts on the contents of the bill, which aims to enhance public participation in government and in the decision-making processes. The office is open to receiving views from individuals, public and private institutions, and interested parties by way of written memoranda. The bill can be accessed through their website of the statelaw.go.ke. The memoranda may be submitted in hard copy or soft copy via email so as to reach the Attorney General's office by the 15th of November 2024. When is 15th, Ndu?
It's on Friday.
Today is the 13th, yeah?
Yes.
So 15th is the day after tomorrow. So you have until the day after tomorrow to basically go through this bill and give your views to the Office of the Attorney General before then the Attorney General finalizes the draft and hands it back to Parliament and says, now can you guys discuss it? That's what we want to discuss today, the Public Participation Bill. We've been talking about a campaign called the ZKE campaign, which is a campaign to basically bring conversations that really matter to the fore and keep away the other noise. That is, politics, we are forming parties and alliances, we are doing all this and the other, when the matters of public participation and such bills are being drafted. We have invited Bright Shitemi, who is a Secretariat Chairperson at Kikao, and Beatrice Ouma, who is an activist and vocal youth and a paralegal. Good morning, Beatrice and Bright.
Good morning.
How are you? Karibuni sana to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Bright, you're bright, huh?
Yeah, feeling bright this morning.
Very good. It's bright and early.
Yeah.
Woke up bright and early. City is going to welcome you with the day's proverb. City.
Yes.
Tafadhali, tell us, where are we today?
We are in Sub-Saharan Africa, and we are in the Republic of Kenya. So our proverbs will be read to you in Kiswahili, and then we'll ask you, our esteemed guests, to give us a translation in the English language. 1, 2. What do you think the proverbs mean? Okay? Okay. Is there anyone who doesn't understand Kiswahili?
No.
Kila mtu naelewa Kiswahili.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah. Bahati ikikukataa hata kwa mganga haitafaa.
Bahati ikikukataa hata kwa mganga haitafaa. Right? First translate
to English. Bahati, luck. When luck, I don't want to say refuses you, but
that is good. That's good when it refuses you.
When you're evaded by luck, even witchcraft cannot salvage the situation. And it goes, I think, in tandem with the other saying that siku ya nyani kufa miti yote uteleza. Yeah, it's similar to that one.
So that's a very, very good saying.
Siku ya nyani kufa miti yote uteleza. And that for me means that sometimes, when they say when it rains it pours. When situations get so difficult, things are going out of turn.
Look at the brighter side of life.
Yes. That you should accept it at that point. Nothing really, even a witch cannot turn it around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beatrice, what's your translation and then interpretation?
Okay, so my translation will be definitely use the word luck. If you and luck are on a very separate road, at the end of the day, maybe what you tend to deliver or even to speak out about won't really effectively reach or be understood of what you really want the impact to be. We'll really say if, let's say you're trying to achieve something in life, definitely you have used all the methods that you can, all the ways or the referrals that you want, but it has already refused, So I think it's a time to withdraw or rather look in other different perspectives or engage in other different means. So we can clearly see it outside that we get situations whereby gets really even compromised. But you tend to still push on the agenda that you need to buy this, you need to do this. And actually, at the end of the day, people can't really understand or even relate what you're trying to speak on.
Kabisa?
Yes.
Let's do another one from a part of Ombaso County. He menda. Accepts.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Beatrice, you're an activist, you're a vocal youth, you're a paralegal. What do you do in all those things?
So Beatrice Oma is a very vocal youth, a Kenyan youth to be specific, definitely passionate about leadership and governance, and also as an activist, I also advocate and deal with human rights violations. We can say being human beings, we are not limited. We have our rights which are universal, but in the process we also get human rights violations. We also see lack of role of youth taking part in leadership and governance. We can also see our beautiful constitution, which provides Article 1 of the constitution says the sovereignty power belongs to all the people of citizens. So as a Kenyan youth, I exercise my right either directly or indirectly through my elected leaders. Yes.
It's a nice one. What's Kikao, Bright?
Yeah, so Kikao, like what you're having today here is a Kikao, is a meeting of minds and having discussions. In our context, it's a movement that came about following the Gen Z protest, that we as young people decided that we have to be active citizens moving forward. And Kikao then became the idea and the home for us to drive this agenda. We are in different sectors, from people in the community to legal to tech, and what we want to do is to conduct national civic education, that realizing the key gap in our communities that people are not aware of some of these things. And secondly is to support the emerging leadership like Beatrice, myself and many others who are coming up, to understand the landscape and to function optimally to become the leadership today, not tomorrow.
To what end?
Well, to the end of capturing political power, I would say. But at this juncture, it's about educating because you see, you can't get to step B without starting with A. And A is about people being empowered with knowledge. Many people are not aware. For example, even when we talk about this public participation bill, how many people know that this is happening? Have their voices been represented? So do they know where to access this information, for example? This knowledge is denied from the people, I would say, by government. And so as young people, we've decided, those of us who have access, those of us who might know where to find such information, it is time to educate others so that we are all enlightened.
Do you think there's a deliberate effort by government to hide this information from people? Do you think so? And
yes.
So why?
I would think so because, when people don't have knowledge, it's easy to control them. When you don't know the law, it's easy for a traffic police person to abuse your rights. And for politicians, the less information is with the public, the better it is for them. Because they win elections much easily. They control people who more often than not are very poor much easily. And so knowledge, as they say, is power. And it's an instrument of control. Yes.
So as we look at public participation, it's one of the things that, just looking through a lot of memoranda that have come out, a lot of the petitions that have come through in the last 2 or 3 years, it is easily the single most element from the Constitution that has been drawn out as having been abrogated, right? Yes. This issue of public participation, that we've had entire petitions stand, or we've had huge things thrown out on that basis alone, that it did not have adequate public participation, right? But then what that does as well is that then it demands public participation by citizenry. So you can't say that there was not enough public participation if you didn't have people. It's like, chicken and egg situation. Which one you can use? You didn't have proper participation, but if you called for it, people did not come. So why are we with the issue? Are we not having people come out, or are we having a direct stifling of this public participation by not sharing the information?
Yeah, I think there's a conspiracy to deny Kenyans access to information. One, if you look at the Constitution, in the preamble, it talks about we the people and the sovereign power residing with the people. One of the ways people can exercise this sovereign power is through public participation. That's how our voices can be heard. Secondly, this matter came before the Supreme Court, which pronounced itself by delegating it back to Parliament, which to some of us, it is captured. One of the roles of the Supreme Court is that it can create or develop jurisprudence. If you remember the Maraga court in 2017, when ruling about the elections, they came about with what we call common law, based of interpreting the Constitution. That's a power of the Supreme Court. In this situation, we expected that the Supreme Court would pronounce itself, because the lower courts have already mentioned that there are certain levels of public participation that need to be met. So it is the Supreme Court then to define what those levels are, because the law is already there. Throwing back to Parliament, who we know treat what is urgent for them and what is not urgent for them, and what is convenient and what is not. Like today, we are saying we have 2 days to react to this. I don't know how many Kenyans are aware about that. And therefore, then you see a deliberate effort to deny Kenyans the right to participate in this very important duty.
So, Beatrice, how have you engaged on this particular bill, this specific bill?
Yes, I have engaged in this particular bill, but again, civic education is very important, because apart from me engaging in the bill, what is the rate or the ratio of how many Kenyan citizens have really engaged in that bill right now? Like you having 2 days to go. So again, I want to see the inclusivity part of it, and I can also say the government is also deliberately not engaging all the people, because definitely we can see the platforms that are there. And my question is a Kenyan citizen from Ukambani, Garissa, be able to reach and interact with that particular bill? So what are we saying? That it's the government has not really I can say put investment in the civic education so that as I engage as a Kenyan citizen, what is my intention in that bill? What is my input? And how am I going to get feedback? And what mechanism is it going to be used so that I can feel that my inputs and know what is it expected out of me? Yes.
So the bill is actually available on the State Law Office. statelaw.go.ke. You'll find it there, then you'll be like confused. Now go and look at media. Open media, you'll find a drop down. You'll find policies and regulations. Open that, then you'll find very many policies and regulations. The top of it is this particular one. It's actually called the Public Participation Bill 2024. Okay?
Yes.
Let me read just sections of it, a bit of it. The objects of this bill. The objects of the bill of this act, if enacted, shall be to give effect to the principles of public participation as provided for in several articles of the Constitution. It's not just one. In Article 10.2, in Article 69, 1D, in Article 118, Article 184, 1C, Article 196, Article 201A, Article 2321D of the Constitution. So it basically just tells you the Constitution has in very many ways said that you shall seek to engage the public when you're making decisions in government. All right. The other object of this bill will be promoting democracy and participation of the people in accordance with Article 10, ensure timely public access to information in language and format that's easy to understand, language and format. Now, I don't know what the translation of format would be here. That would be another whole issue because like Beatrice and Bright, you're saying, how do you access this information? In what format? If you're being told go to a website, do and download, do and do what? Is that the only format? If you're told that the way to submit your memoranda shall be only in writing and it shall be an email or hard copy, is that the only format that this should take? Enhance effective public participation in planning, budgeting and implementation of government plans, ensure effective participation of children, women, youth, persons with disability, older persons, minorities and marginalized groups in governance. Institutionalize responsive, functional and timely feedback, reporting and dispute resolution mechanisms. This is the object of the act, should it pass, right? Do you think we first of all understand the import of that? Those objects, City?
And if we do other Kenyans understand? Because when you talk of public participation, you're actually referring to the entire country, not a segment of Kenya. The details that are outlined there and the short time in which we are given to consume, understand and respond. If you were to take a completely adverse view and even become a little conspiratorial about it, what would you opine is the government's intention in supposedly rushing this matter? Because this thing, it's like on your marks, go. There's no even set in between. Yes. What would you think is the intention of government?
I think there's a deliberate intention to mutilate the Constitution because according to Article 10, public participation is a national value and a principle of governance. It is a key principle of governance that moving forward from 2010 Constitution that the people will be involved, not just people, even children. Here you mentioned children, youth, all these groups need to be represented and their voices heard. And if you look at the bill, there are certain things it proposes that some people might miss. One of the things it says is that there should be a registrar of public participation who is appointed by the CS, by a CS.
A registrar of public participation?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're telling me that an appointee of the executive appoints another appointee to oversee a critical piece of the demands of the Constitution, that people get involved. We know already, by virtue of me appointing you in a particular seat or putting you in a particular position, you tend to dance to the whims of the...
You're already boxed in.
You're already boxed in. So you're basically taking a key instrument that even as at now, the courts have already pronounced to a large extent on how public participation should be conducted. Why do we need to revisit that conversation, and then create a whole agency, which is another waste of resources, because the Attorney General's office can be expanded to do this role. Why do you need to create a registrar of public participation to oversee public participation in a bill that doesn't even effectively conduct public participation?
Maybe it's a good thing, though. Maybe then there's somebody who's responsible. There's an office that's actually an office that you can ask. Can you give me records? If, for example, Cherargei's bill on extension of the towns, if Cherargei comes and says, we received, 7,000 or 5,000 and 70% said yes, you can go to this particular office and say, I want to see. In terms of there is a place. You can, at any particular point, expect that then the registrar of public participation shall be facilitated to ensure that public participation actually happens, shall be facilitated to see that public participation is happening across the country. There's that one office whose job is, you have a bill, Parliament, bring it. I shall take it to the people. You have a bill, you have a policy that you're working on, whichever state department, bring it. I shall take it to the people. Maybe that.
Yes, it sounds good when you talk about it that way, but they say the devil is in the details, you see, because there are certain powers that are given to these registrar, right, that actually, again, mutilates the constitution, the right. The beautiful thing is that Kenya does not exist in isolation. Public participation happens in many other jurisdictions. How does it happen there, right? As it is right now, the Attorney General's office, the state law office, is the one that publicizes issues that need public participation. So we have already an institution that can be equipped. We should have resources already. What will change? Will the government now with the registrar be issuing, be putting all these bills in a more public manner? Will they be giving more time because there's an office? I would say no, because already we have the capacity to do that. Why do we need to set another layer of governance to conduct public participation?
I can hear what you're saying, but are you perhaps suggesting that if indeed there was a registrar, the registrar would be the arbitrator? This is the person who will determine what it is a public participation is, whether, so that when an issue is brought before the court, the registrar is brought in to ask if indeed this issue of public participation meets the required standards or not.
Yes, and if you read the bill, one of the things that it says is that the registrar can treat certain matters as urgent, others as not urgent, and it even segments public participation. I mean, public participation should be a continuous process. It can't be that the cabinet can conduct.
So this bill actually tells us with great clarity what it is the government wants public participation to be.
Yes.
They've already curated it. They've said, this is what we want. And we'll have a registrar who will shepherd this thing and take it in the direction that we see it ought to be.
Yes.
And in so doing, you're saying they are mutilating the Constitution.
Yes.
That was not what the Constitution
That was
intended.
not what was the intention of the Constitution.
What would you like? Right.
Already, like I keep saying, we've had situations where public participation has been conducted. For example, even with ejection of the former deputy president from office. How was it conducted? Who was in charge?
The clerk of the National Assembly.
Yes. Can it be done? Can that office then be equipped? Right? Do we need to create a separate agency just for public participation? Isn't that duplication of efforts? Isn't that what we call wastage, where you have 30 ministries that you don't need? So is it that these people are overwhelmed not to conduct this exercise? Because you see, once you start introducing new laws with small caveats here and there that gives new powers to this new office, that then goes against the spirit of the framers of the Constitution and the intention, then you create problems. And that's what we see in this bill. If you read it in detail, you see there's a very subtle, hidden agenda to mutilate the whole process.
Beatrice, do you agree with this view?
My view on this bill will be, let's see the need or the face of transparency and accountability, because it's high time we stop box checking. If indeed you need the public input to be incorporated in the bill, what are the ways or measures that you put and making sure that all the input of the Kenyan citizens will be addressed? And what is the feedback mechanism that you'll get from these people? Tell me, why are you giving us specific platforms and in areas that are definitely, as a Kenyan youth, or we can see the vulnerability that is in very different counties, and Makiu, you are giving only one platform to give my views and my views on that public bill. Not all the people will definitely participate. And again, the timeline. Are we sure that a whole percentage have really interacted with the public participation bill? So that is the question. As much as we want to tick boxes and checking that we did this, it's like giving me a book full of written words and a pen, and you tell me, write your inputs on it.
In the entire book.
The entire
and
book.
You have 40 minutes.
And you have 40 minutes to complete. Doesn't make any sense. Let us see the transparency and accountability of this bill so that every youth and Kenyan person can really interact with it.
Let's take a break. After the break, Beatrice will tell us. So, if you are the Attorney General, no, the Solicitor General who's in charge of this process, what would you do, right? That's different from how this is being done. 25 minutes to 8. Our guest this morning, Bright Shitemi. He's the Secretariat Chairperson at Kikao, and Beatrice Ouma, activist and vocal youth and paralegal. We are discussing the Public Participation Bill 2024. Have you heard about it? Maybe you haven't. Okay, so the Attorney General has a bill that they've been working on. They were told by Parliament in September, please draft a public participation bill. These things of going to court and we are being told public participation, can the AG gas give us a bill that then we shall discuss in Parliament and pass as law? So the AG has now published it, and they're saying you have until the 15th to give your views on the bill that they are working on before they take it to Parliament. And then Parliament, of course, shall come back to you in the second reading with another round of public participation on the specific bill. Do you know about it? That's what we're discussing. What should happen so we can make sure everybody knows about it, and that then it makes sense that a public participation bill is drafted in a manner that addresses the needs of the Kenyans. 24 minutes to 8. City, Tala. If people have not downloaded Tala, and it's the same thing as people not knowing about this bill.
Well, it's akin to it, because you cannot be alive and well and say you have no need for money. And you also can't be alive and well and say that you've never faced emergencies. The reason why the emergencies is because they come at the most unexpected times. And they find you unprepared. Now, preparedness means you are able to meet obligation and needs as they arise, mostly financial. Now, Tala offers you that and more. When you download the app, one of the things that you also download is an assurance by the Central Bank of Kenya that Tala is actually regulated by them. You're also assured that they're registered by the Data Commission of Kenya. So the app isn't going to put you through some of the mischief that some unscrupulous fintechs have been known to do in this country. You are able to borrow. Well, I was about to say zero. Then I realized zero you can't borrow. Zero is what you already have. So you can't borrow. Yes.
You're really there.
But you can borrow up to 50,000 shillings. And you can pay from day one up to 60 days. Now, it's up to you. And the more you borrow and pay expeditiously, the more your credit grows. And the more you are able to access as and when you need it.
Yep. We'll be back shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy, drizzly conditions in Nairobi 16. We'll see highs of 25 and highs of 26, and a sunny Nakuru at 14. It's cloudy at 15 in Nyeri, going to highs of 25. And at 15, Eldoret is sunny with highs of 25 and lows of 14. It's mostly sunny at 27 in Mombasa with highs of 32. And we'll see highs of 32 and a sunny Malindi at 27. 22 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 30. While at 17, Kakamega is sunny. We'll go to highs of 29. 18 and sunny in Kampala with highs of 29 and lows of 18. Sunny conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam with highs of 31. And at 15, Johannesburg is sunny with highs of 24. It's sunny at 28 in Mogadishu with highs of 32. And we'll see highs of 22 in a sunny Addis Ababa at 12. Lagos is hazy this morning going into the Harmattan months with 33 as the high and lows of 26. It's mostly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
Busy on the Thika Superhighway coming into the CBD as you get towards Survey and then touch on Pangani a little bit here and there. It'll be busy. Kiambu Road coming through towards Muthaiga Square is all right as well. Yes, the diversion has been cleared away on Mombasa Road. It was there earlier this morning, and so traffic is flowing freely across Mombasa Road all the way through towards the tip of Uhuru Highway. Langata Road is busy here and there, but the Eastern Bypass is what is clogging up now more than ever. All the way from the Ruai Junction through towards the Cabanas Interchange is very busy. In and outbound traffic on Outer Ring today is also starting to pile up. Kangunda Road busy as usual. But let's look also as coming in from Githurai towards Kasarani. There is outbound traffic, and so we're going to watch out for that. Just in case you're heading in that direction, it'll clear up in no time, I'm sure. Gong Road also busy this morning, but not at a bumper to bumper status yet. We're clocking on traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we do. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues. City, do you know Shadrach Mose? I
don't think so.
Shadrach Mose is the Solicitor General of the Republic of Kenya. So Shadrach Mose, the Solicitor General, has called on individuals, members of the public, private and public institutions to submit suggestions on a given format by the 15th of November 2024 on this draft public participation bill. The submissions can be done in both hard or soft copies in an email to an email address that is publicparticipation@ag.ke. And the subject must be Memorandum on the Draft Public Participation Bill 2024. Hard copies, take them to the Office of the Attorney General, the Department of Justice in Sharia House. Okay?
So there's call for public participation on public participation.
Yeah, on the public participation bill.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what's happening. Now, Beatrice Ouma, activist, vocal youth and paralegal, is saying, come on, this is not the right way to do it. So how would you do it? If we removed Shadrach Mose and we made Beatrice Ouma the Solicitor General, go.
So first of all, we need to see, the systemic barriers that definitely is making the people not to engage. And again, we are saying that if there is lack of information, definitely people not understand on what is being told or what is being said. So if there is need to impact or empower on civic education for the people, they will also own up the process, right? Because what do we mean by public? Okay, so that is something that should ring a bell into my mind or into the mind of people, that if it's a public thing, it means it's the people-led, the people initiative, so that the people can also build trust and see the impacts of the public participation bill. So, but if we keep on avoiding this conversation, these hard conversations, that if you say it is for the public, you need the public to put their inputs. And what is the feedback? How will they be able to access? Yeah? What they've definitely talked about. Because don't tell me you want my input right now, but when it comes to the feedback part of it, there is no information I'm getting back. What channel are we also using so that I can feel meaningfully engaged in that public participation?
They would argue that this process that we're talking about is precisely that. They're asking you, please come and give us your view. Write it down in this document called memorandum. Bring it. Okay? And you're right. We brought these things before. And have we forgotten feedback from these things?
No. One of the things that actually one of the reasons why the finance bill Now, the Finance Act had been rejected. One of the reasons that cited in the High Court and Court of Appeal was there was no sufficient feedback to the people. So, how do we know it was meaningful? And like Beatrice, you're saying, meaningful means that I've got to engage with it end to end.
Yeah.
I gave you the feedback, then you come back and tell me, all right, so this is feedback that we received, but you also received, now this is what you said, but Eric City and Bright said this, and Ndu said this. So we go with Eric City and Bright because there are many of them, and the majority said, but we don't get to know.
The closest we got to this was during the impeachment of the deputy president. There was some attempt to tell us, well, when we took this thing countrywide, this is how we got the report. There was data. You don't even tell us what method you used to collect that data, how you arrived at what you're telling us. You're just telling us this is what we found. How did you find it? The how. And you're spot on. We're not told these things.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
And that is where we can see the gap. That when you tell us this is what we have collected from the ground, and definitely we don't see it. We don't even see the measures or the means that this is definitely what we said. So coming at the end of it, we can't even relate of what you're telling us.
Actually, there's an interesting example with matters regarding the university. There was a body, whatever it was called, that went around gathering opinions. So we assume that whatever it is that was then determined and said, this is the way we're going to go, arose from the findings. But it's strange. If the public participated, why was there such a hue and cry about something they participated on? Because it was the implementation of both, and they said, what is this? But if they participated, should the reception not have been better?
If they did.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a definition of what is effective public participation, because you cannot just conduct public participation that is not effective. Is it one timely? Was there information given out to the public, not just segments of the public, to the whole public? Was it accessible, that information? And the process of then the participation, was it iterative? Was it adaptable? Did you take on these views? And then to make sure that those views were taken on board, was it transparent? Can we verify that Ndu said this, City said this, Bright said this, and this is what it looks like? Because you remember the other day, Senator Cherargei went to Parliament and said, 60% of the population actually support extension of how can you verify that? You see? Yeah. And so those issues, and again, we are just looking at Parliament. According to the Public Participation Act of 2018, because these things have been done before, public participation has to happen across all levels of government, including the judiciary when they're conducting administrative duties. So it doesn't happen sometimes or often. Again, so we need to...
When has it happened? I mean, for it, when has it... The thing is, when has it happened? Do we have evidence that this is that all sectors of government, high, low, across... When has it happened?
No, I have not seen it happen.
So it has never happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Who owns... I think it's also for us to understand or maybe appreciate from a... I don't know if it's an opinionated thing or fact. Who owns the process of public participation?
As currently set up, because with the Public Participation Act of 2018, the fact that they say it should be conducted at all levels of government, it means at that level of government, that particular official owns the duty to conduct effective public participation.
Right.
If it's at the county level, then the county government has a responsibility to conduct. If it's at the cabinet level, there's a minister, there's officers in that ministry that ought to conduct effective public participation. If it's a parliamentary bill, then there's the parliament. It has its officers who, like it happened in the DP's case, conducted public participation.
Okay.
Now, when you want to open another entity called the registrar and give it blanket powers to decide what is urgent, what is not, what can come, what is, and you basically set up the structure of what public participation should look like, you're mutilating the constitution.
This is true. Yeah. So then, because the questions come about in terms of a guarantee, Beatrice, maybe you can jump in here as well, in terms of a guarantee of what will actually be done, because I tend to see that there's lethargy for people to participate because you question whether your participation will actually be taken into consideration when the final thing is being done. Or is it a rubber stamp moment, a box, tick, where people are saying, okay, well, we did it, right? We got so many hundreds of thousands of people to send in memoranda, or we all met at BOMAS, or whatever it is that we did. But how can you be sure that your participation as a Kenyan is actually going to be considered? Or is it just going to be some papers that we're going to, stuff in a box and push under the table and say, well, we did it? So what are the safeguards for guarantee that Kenyans will come out and say, actually, you know what? I think this is what it should look like. And then who is the one who says, all right, let's take all of these things into consideration. Of the 1 million that we got, there's similarity in 400,000. So we can now come up and say, these are the 3 things Kenyans are saying. Another 500,000, there's similarity in them, and we can chalk up and say there are 7. And so out of the public participation, there are 11 considerations that need to be made. And now we're going to add that to the bill. Who does that? Or who should do that?
Yeah, so the people should do that. You have a role, and we did that recently. You saw what happened when the parliament did not take on board feedback from the public. There was extensive protest, and some of them have even called it an attempted coup. But we as young people from Dandora to Westlands went on the street and said, no, hell no to this, right? And that's one of the ways we can exercise our sovereign power, right? So because as governments all over are set up, they are set up in a way to protect themselves and shield themselves from the public. And so the public, in our constitution, then has that sovereign power to exercise its role directly or indirectly. So one of the ways is, yes, we can hold people to account. At the county level, we can submit memos, we can submit petitions. As an individual, you can also submit a petition to Parliament. Only that people are not aware. And those who are aware, because they exist as individuals, it's very hard for you to operate as an individual. When you take feedback, say, look, you guys did not take this on board. In some cases, you've had people even being killed by addressing issues at the county level. So
if what you're saying is correct, then I've just seen a comment here, and it just coincides with what I was going to ask. Is that if that is the case, if you're saying that the process belongs to the people, Beatrice, right? But then you're going to put all of this responsibility under a cabinet secretary and whom they choose to have a conversation with. How then do you safeguard the sovereignty of the people? How would you do that?
We really need to see the accessibility and inclusivity of all the people, despite the fact that we are saying that it will be under one umbrella, so that we want to see it as people initiative, people led. But again, you having obstacles or even bridging the ways or the things that the people should participate, it will be personalized. And people will tend to shy away from even now giving their own input. They will feel like it's not my responsibility. But we need to put it in terms of where citizens can really interact and get to relate. We have talked about the language barrier. Do the people even understand what you are trying to bring out? Or are we just trying to do it because we need to do it? But again, when we come to now talking the part of public participation, what is the people input? As much as we'll have someone leading the process, what is the impact to the people?
Do you think that the citizenry of this country understand the importance of public participation, meaning them as the public and their participation? Do you think they actually understand it?
I can say not the whole percentage, because definitely with the lack of information, I will not really understand what you're trying to tell me. That is where the need of civic education comes in. How are we even supporting the civic education in different areas of the country? Are we reading from the same page? Do everyone really relate? You come and tell me I need to participate. In what sense? What is my input? What is my role? Because you'll get people even say, I've never really even attended a public participation. I really don't know what's supposed to be done in a public participation. But now you're owning up the process and now taking the initiative to make sure that a percentage of people really interact in it. For example, for us coming from Embakasi North, we do our public participation in Dandora. It has never rotated back to Kariobangi. So each and every time we need to attend a public participation, we need to go to Dandora. So why is it only a one-way traffic? How will you get to the people who are at Kariobangi despite having them coming out? So we can see the synergy, or rather the ways they're being used, if they can really be even interchange, so that we can even see, coming from a same constituency, are we getting all the views from the same people?
Let me ask another question. Do you think people actually understand that their views matter?
No, they don't. And actually, you're speaking to the need of what we are doing at Kikao. That it's possible at very low cost to conduct national civic education. Young people have stepped up recently, and so far we've received over 300 applications of people across the nation who are saying, look, as a young person, as a leader, or even as an older person, I'm willing to devote part of my time to talk to the public about these issues, because we're speaking at a national level. At a county level, these same processes happen, right? There's a public participation, there's bills that are brought about in counties. Do the people know? Most of the time they don't, right? And so there is need for that information to trickle down to the people. Ideally, government should be doing this, but it doesn't do it effectively. And that's it provides now players like us to come, raise funds, ask people, support us, let us go to the community and talk to people.
Sounds to me that the basic part of this public participation should be civic education.
Yes.
That in everything, when you want the public's feedback, you first of all should explain what you want the feedback from and for and about, right? Yeah. So for example, in this particular bill, so the Office of the Attorney General wants public input on this particular bill. They should first of all start by saying, so this is what we are thinking. Then ask you, what do you think? What's your view? What would you like to add? What would you like to remove, right? Mm-hmm. So if you haven't done the education that says, this is the reason why we need to come up with a public participation bill, for example, because the constitution, blah, 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 and now we need to have a structured way in which public participation happens, and this will ensure that at whatever stage, whether it's national, county, that it shall be uniform. Not that one county says we can do public participation through barazas, another county says we shall do public participation through just asking people to send memorandum, and another one decides that we are going to use X spaces. Join an X space on this day and tell us what you think, and that shall be considered public. So we need to harmonize it. But that's where civic education needs to happen. And the bill should also start with ensuring that civic education precedes asking the views. You're coming to get my views on the Finance Bill 2025. The first thing that you shall do is you shall create awareness. What is contained, what's the content of the bill. Mm-hmm. And then after you've done that for 3 weeks, then come and ask me, now, what do you think, for another 3 weeks? And then proceed, right?
Yes.
Because without that, then what are we doing? What's this public participation thing? It's just, there's a bill, by the way, submit your memoranda.
And even after that you come back to the public and say, yes, we agreed here, we did not change here because of this. It doesn't mean that the public will say things and everything will be onboarded. It means that they were involved, one, meaningfully, and two, that the entity charged with public participation can come back to the public and say, we did not effect this because of A, B, and C, and D. That there's that feedback loop that you're telling people, yes, we didn't. And this happens, like I said, I've had the benefit of traveling, and I was recently in Belgium, and I saw public participation happening at commune level. Commune is the equivalent of a ward, right? And it happens on almost everything. If someone wants to put up a new building, right, there's a conversation. There's someone who wants to put up a mall in this area. What do the public think about it? We want to move in immigrants in this area. What do the public think about it? So anything national is cascaded down to the people, and they are made aware in good time to react. And that's what we expect here also.
You know, it is interesting because what seems apparent and clear with those who are in government and those whom we have delegated our powers to, they seem to be of the opinion that so long as they have participated, we have participated. And so long as they have decided, we have decided. While we're having this discussion, maybe we need to also look at this issue of delegating power and how it is and what it is it means, because somewhere along the line, I think this delegation is being abused.
Yeah, I mean, if I may just react to that, and the argument with certain groups or segments of society and politicians is that you voted us in, so we are representing you. The framers of the Constitution were not stupid, yeah? When they said that the public participation has to be conducted in this and that way. And that's because they realize that there's tendencies of governments or parliaments to be manipulated and to misrepresent the wishes of the people. It happens here all the time. And so that's why it is very important that this happens. In my view, if we go ahead with this process as it is, already it started on a wrong foot. Many people, when you shared this with me and I shared with people who discuss politics and policy, many of them did not know about this bill.
Imagine.
Yeah, so what does that tell you?
So the message basically here to the Office of the Attorney General is the 15th, no, forget about it. You've got to extend these timelines, and first you have to start by creating awareness.
Yes.
What is this bill? And then seek public opinion on it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bright, for joining us. Bright Chemi is the chairperson of the Secretariat of Kikao, which he says after the Gen Zs decided to do what they did, they decided the next thing we want to do is have a Kikao, all of us as a people, and discuss things that matter to us on a regular basis. Beatrice Ouma is an activist and vocal youth and paralegal, and she has also been our guest this morning discussing the Public Participation Bill 2024, views being sought by the Office of the Attorney General. 8 a.m. Time for the news.
This is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. The government will today lead in an autopsy exercise that will be carried out on the body of 19-year-old Sharon Atieno, who was found killed in Kiambu County on Friday last week. The badly mutilated body of Sharon was discovered in a banana plantation in Banana area. Her family is calling for justice, even as burial preparations and police investigations are ongoing.
We are analyzing forensically the cell phone, the communication, and other investigation lead. There is something we are doing, and therefore, at the moment, we have not finished investigation, so the matter is under active investigation.
Nikakuta hakuna mahali hata anahema, lakini yeye mwenyewe tayari ashauliwa.
Kama ni mtu alikuwa anakata na msumeno, alikata kutoka hapa, hii shingo yote alikata mpaka ikabaki kidogo pande hii, na hii kisu kaenda chini, ikaendelea kukapaswa kabisa, akapasa mpaka hapa chini. So hatujui, so tunaomba tu kama kuna haki ambayo itapatikana kwa mtu mdogo. Sasa tumewachie watu wa DCI.
Elsewhere, the whereabouts of a woman believed to be the lover of a man who was shot dead on Saturday night outside Didi Plaza in Isili remain unknown. Abdirahim Abdullahi, aged 25, was shot at point-blank range by an unidentified attacker while chatting with a woman. Meanwhile, the woman, seen chatting with Abdullahi before fleeing after he was murdered, remains in police custody. Over 97 femicide cases have been recorded in the last 3 months in the country. And still in matters of people being murdered, a 21-year-old man believed to have murdered his employer Catherine Kimodo on Sunday, November 10th, will be arraigned today. This event comes as he was arrested in Kasarani. The suspect, by the name Victor Mbe, was smoked out of his hideout at Valley area of Kino in Kiambu County. Two other suspects were arrested. That is his cousin, who was protecting him from the police, as well as an individual who was fixing the phone that is believed to have belonged to Catherine. The 3 suspects have been booked at Kasarani police station ahead of their arraignment today, that is, as detectives seek to unearth the motive behind the heinous murder. A total of 19 officials overseeing the KCSE exams at Kibabe SDA Mixed Day and Boarding High School in Kisii County will be arraigned this morning following their suspension over the discovery of widespread cheating at the institution. The school's centre manager, deputy centre manager, 2 supervisors and 15 invigilators were debarred following the discovery of mobile phones and illicit exam materials, including responses and shorthand notes within the facility. The incident came to light when a NEC officer conducting routine monitoring at the school stumbled upon the illicit materials. This event comes as 13 teachers who were arrested on Monday on allegations of exam malpractice at Nyamninia Secondary School in Siaya on Tuesday released on a 100,000 shillings bond with a surety of a similar amount or an alternative cash bail of 20,000 Kenya shillings. And has your child under the age of 5 years been vaccinated for polio? Well, as the second phase of the polio campaign comes to an end today, the Ministry of Health has announced areas targeted in the exercise. The campaign targets, and again, all children under the age of 5 years. In the outskirts of Nairobi, the vaccination exercise will take place in Kiambu Town, Kikuyu, Kabete, Juja, Ruiru, Thika Town, in Machakos, Matungulu, Kangundo, Mavoko, Kajiado East, Kajiado North, and those under 10 in Kajiado, Busia, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia West, and Turkana. Guardians and parents have been urged to ensure their children get vaccinated with assurance that the polio vaccine is safe. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, few minutes after 8 o'clock, and it is busy in the city this morning. Some parts here and there on Ngong Road getting into the CBD and the Thika Superhighway as you come in from the Outer Ring Junction inbound to the city, bumper to bumper. You'll get to Surveyor and it'll slow down a little bit more as your service lanes come to an end. Kangundo Road, very busy as well as you're trying to navigate your way towards Outer Ring. Aerodrome Road coming off of Langata Road is busy. Some of that traffic will go towards Raila Odinga Way and then touch on the City Mortuary Roundabout. We have some traffic coming in along the further Ngong Road, getting into the city as well. Wairimu Way looks good. Lower Kabete through towards the city, Limuru Road, and getting into through Parklands is also busy this morning. We're keeping an eye on all of this as we are still in traffic hour proper. Let us talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It is the only way to start your day. You're thinking about retirement? No, you're not. It's okay. Don't worry. You will retire anyway. And I'm going to tell you about retirement because your money, today is the 13th. End of this month, if you're salaried employed, if you're in formal employment, there will be a deduction from your salary. Part of it will be going to NSSF. The other part could be going to NSSF or could be going to a retirement fund, a scheme managed or organized by your company. Now, how good is that scheme of yours? How well is it serving you? Is it serving your purpose? Are you sure that that money will be there when you're retiring? Okay, well, the Retirement Benefits Authority ensures that that will happen. But then, are you sure of the benefits that you get from that scheme? That's why you need to talk to your employer, talk to your HR, talk to your bosses. And if you're the HR manager, think about this. If you put your money, your employees' money, to the Taifa Pension Fund, number one, it is managed by Kenya's largest pension fund administrator, which is the CPF Financial Services. That is number one. Number two, it has benefits for employers. One, cost savings. In addition to saving for retirement, members of the Taifa Pension Fund enjoy group life cover, last expense cover, chronic illness benefit, and permanent total disability benefit at a subsidized cost. That is number two. Number three, quick onboarding. It takes just one business day to transfer an employer's retirement scheme to the Taifa Pension Fund. Just one. Make the decision today, and tomorrow you're on Taifa. And that is number three. Number four, optimal returns. With a diversified investment portfolio and years of investment experience, the fund promises optimal returns to all the members. That is number four. Number five. These are all benefits for employers, imagine. We're not even talking about employees. Advisory support. The Taifa Pension Fund members benefit from free advisory support to help them structure their business operations in preparation for the full rollout of the NSSF Act. Now, there's already rolling out, but then they can come and help you understand. So what does it mean and how does it work? This is Taifa Pension Fund. You've been listening to us and your HR manager, HR director, and you're thinking, my God, yeah, that could work for us. Go to taifapensionfund.com and you'll be able to sign up. It's as easy as that. And by tomorrow, money will be with Taifa, managed by Kenya's largest administrator, CPF Financial Services. And then you can just sit back. Now that is sorted. Now you can start dealing with people going on leave, disciplinary action here and there, hiring more people, and so on and so forth. This headache sorted.
Done.
Are we sorted? Very good. Now, we've been having conversations about what's happening in this ride-hailing app market. And we said, let's actually open up this conversation. And Bolt, we reached out to Bolt and they said, yeah, we can help you understand. And so we said Bolt is going to be on the hot seat for a couple of times. And we had the country manager for ride-hailing for rides in Kenya coming here twice. We had the chairman of the Association of the Drivers coming here and telling us...
One of the
associations.
Yes.
Coming here and telling us these are the things that we feel that ought to be happening. Today, we have somebody else coming here to talk to us about this. And this is a guy from Bolt Okoh Global. He is the Public Policy Director of Africa and International Markets at Bolt, Kenneth Anye. Kenneth, good morning.
Good morning, Latiff. Thanks.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Really.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yeah, really excited to be here, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about regulations. I know it's a hot topic.
Yes. Yeah. We want to talk about navigating the regulations for ride-hailing apps. One of the things that even the driver told us the time he was here is, yes, there's regulations, there's NTSA, and then everything that they've been trying to get NTSA to do, but also feeling like the app companies are also pushing their own side of regulations. How do we harmonize this? How do we make everybody feel that they're enjoying and they're benefiting from here? City will welcome you with the day's proverb. And This week he is in an East African country. Which East African country are you in, City?
It's the Republic of Kenya.
Oh.
Yes.
Kenneth, you know that country?
Oh.
You visited that country.
I call it home for me, you know. Yeah.
The proverb is in Kiswahili. How good is your Kiswahili?
I am still getting there, learning.
All right, then let's give you an opportunity to learn some more, shall we? Okay. Bahati ikikukataa, hata kwa mganga haitafaa. Try.
Do you get any of those words?
I don't want to kill it.
Ni bahati tena. Nothing.
Just tell me what you understand. Whatever it is.
I mean,
bahati ikikukataa, hata kwa mganga haitafaa.
I don't want to kill it, City. Maybe I should get you to help me.
I actually want you to kill it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me then tell you
he killed it.
Yes, he killed it. Okay. Let me talk about it in English and then tell me what you think it actually means. Okay. If luck isn't on your side, even if you went to a witch doctor, it wouldn't work.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I'm just thinking about it because I think we have something similar. I'm from West Africa, from Cameroon, and that concept about luck, right? Like if you have to look for your luck. I mean, if it comes to you, you can determine it. So whether you go to a witch doctor or whether you push it anyhow, it's not. It has to be there and happen to you, you know. Okay. So from that concept, yeah.
Now, what do you think that it means? What do you think the writers of this proverb were trying to say?
I'll take it from a point of view of you wait for it to come to you, the luck, right? That you should not push it too hard. You should not go looking for that. You know, you shouldn't push it because it will come to you when it's the right time.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Did I do that?
Yes,
right?
you did well.
Okay.
You see, the beauty of your interpretation, it can't be anybody else's. It's yours.
Yeah.
And so it can't possibly be wrong or right. It's your interpretation.
Yeah.
And the interpretations give us a broad spectrum and diversity as to how people respond to the proverbs.
Yeah.
And that's what we seek to find.
Okay.
Yes, not whether what someone is saying is right or whether it's wrong. No. We want the diversity.
Yeah.
So, Kenneth, in how many markets does Bolt operate in Africa?
6 markets currently. So we're in South Africa. I think I'll give in the order of how we launch, right?
Okay.
And why I'm using this is because to show the importance of Kenya to it. So in South Africa, when we launched in July 2016, then in April 2016, then in July we launched in Kenya, then in November we launched in Nigeria, then we have Ghana, we have Tanzania, and Tunisia in Northern Africa.
All right.
So 6 markets, yeah.
So in each of these countries, these are different governments.
Yeah.
And you find different laws in these countries that govern public service vehicle. Is there anything that is similar in the 6 countries?
There are similarities, and I think
number one, it's called law.
Law, and I mean, and as you have said, different environments and different. I think I want to point out that Kenya was was the first out of the 6 to start talking about regulating. I mean, back in 2018, when the market was transforming with more competition, Kenya started talking about it, and I mean the regulations came in 2022, but it was a long process of developing it, and each market has its specificity because, for example, in Nigeria, because transport is a devolved function, the laws are made at the state level, but across the markets, currently Kenya, Tanzania, and Nigeria have regulations. Ghana also has regulations. South Africa is in the process of developing regulations, although they have a law for the whole transport which recognizes ride-hailing. So it's a developing space in terms of regulations across the continent for those markets.
What's the regulation intended to achieve? What's its purpose?
I'll answer that, City, by starting to talk about when I joined Bolt, it's an anecdote and it helps to put it in context, right? When I joined Bolt, and the first thing the person hired, my director at that time told me was, at Bolt we run towards regulations. And it was a catching phrase for me, run towards regulations. And the idea there was we need to create an environment where all the different forces can operate to give the potential to the market or the sector that we're trying to address, right? So regulations are there to create, protect the sector, make sure that the benefits are spread out. Everyone has an opportunity to grow, the market can grow, but within a confine of, to make sure that everyone is protected and every person who operates in the market is protected, be it the user, be it the in this case, the drivers and the platforms, and everybody's protected. So I think that's how we see regulations, and we are pro-regulations. I think that's very important.
That's interesting. So obviously the regulations came in after operations had commenced. Yeah. How have we been able to see that as a result of the practice of these regulations, then that operations have eased, become better, become more seamless? What have we seen that have been marked changes as a result of regulations?
Yeah, I think, importantly, the point where you started about operations beginning before regulations come, I think it's across the board. Technology comes in very fast, and then the drafting of regulations, which is understandable because we have to know the product that we're trying to regulate.
Yes.
What regulations have done is that they've just addressed the key challenges that you have in the sector, right? The challenges about safety, the challenges about compliance, who do we have on our roads, what documentations you need to operate, the licensing of the platforms, the issue about livelihood, which is one of the core, and in this case, the transport sector as it is across the board is a very regulated sector, right? But regulating ride-hailing was the way to go. It had to become, as ride-hailing becomes a very important integral part of the transport solution. So it has brought in a lot of benefits. I mean, sometimes we don't realize that, but if you look at in the case of Kenya, for example, most of the tensions still remain. When I say tensions, I mean we can disagree, but we disagree in a framed environment. We can talk about commission about 18%, or we can talk about documentations that you need. You can talk about who is
base rates.
Yeah, base rates and all of those. So it helps to structure the market and give more clarity about it.
Is there an appetite for these regulations to be in place? Is there an appetite, and also from governing authority, from practicing authority, and from those who, use every day? Is there an appetite to see things streamlined?
Yeah, from our experience across the board, there's appetite. I mean, from the authorities, what we see is that first there's understanding the sector, understanding technology. You see, there's always that catch up to be done. But once the clarity about what the sector is, I'm looking at it from the policymaker side point of view, once there's that clarity, there's a drive. So if you look at all the markets where we operated, they started talking about regulations, and then all of a sudden there's a turbocharge of it because the authorities now start getting it and they see the importance. They put it in the context of the whole in this case, transport ecosystem, and they want to push for that. So there's appetite. There's appetite. It might be, some might consider it slow, but I think, as we know, policy is not, we don't want to rush it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Bolt operates in the transport sector.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So your regulator is the NTSA, the National Transport and Safety Authority. Yeah. So NTSA has been in the market for a while, and it has been regulating the PSV sector. Yeah. Bolt is PSV, is it not?
Yes, it's. I think I will expand beyond, because when we talk about, if we're focusing only on the transport bit, because for example we have delivery, and we have the communication authority looking at how do you regulate that sector too, right? And we have data protection, and you have the data protection. So we have all of these multi levels, but NTSA has been our main. Because the main bulk of our business is around moving people, right? So NTSA has been the core regulator that we've been engaging with,
So what I wanted to understand is, if we've been having regulations on the matatu sector, the public transport sector for matatus and buses, why did we need a different set of regulations for ride-hailing taxis?
Technology. Technology.
Because of the technology aspect.
Yeah, the technology aspect is a very disruptive. Technology in itself is disruptive, right? So if you look at the marketplace, the ride-hailing marketplace, and the whole digital space, we call our market a two-sided market. We are sitting in the middle, and we have the owner of a car who is looking for the passenger to move, and we're bringing this, and so we sit in that middle, and we don't own the cars, for example, which is a very critical importance, right? And so this requires a different approach on how you will negotiate and create that, because we are sitting there, we're putting someone into someone else's car. Mm-hmm. There's a need for some form of regulating that, and that's why we moved towards regulating it in itself. And so that's why there was a need to do a ride-hailing or the regulations in that context.
And broadly, what do the regulations say?
The regulations, and in the case of the regulations, have three main parts. If you look at the 2022 Transport Network Company and Passenger regulations, rules, which it has, the first part is how do you license the operators, right? What are the conditions for licensing, which talks about, we have to be incorporated in country, we have to apply and hold a license, which is renewed every year, which we're about to renew our license. And then you have to pay the license fee and all of that, which is on the part of the platforms. Then there's another section which regulates the cars that operate on the platform, and then finally the drivers, right? And also within that, and which is what was very, very unique in the case of the Kenyan regulation, was that it went a bit further to talk about how do you regulate behaviors on the platform, like how do passenger behavior, driver behavior, platform behavior, and puts a lot of an onus on each of these players in it to be responsible for their actions. So that is it, and I know a lot of the conversations are centered around commission and around that, which is understandable, right?
And behavior.
Yeah, and behavior is a very important one, and also now in the case of in Kenya and even in other markets, safety. But this is different from all the other markets where you have a focus. You have a focus. I'll give an example in Nigeria, for example. You have a focus more on revenue generation for the sector. How do you support the transport sector? You have in Tanzania, there's a focus on pricing, and there's a focus, which is an interesting conversation, which we can talk about later. And so it's different. But Kenya the attempt was a holistic regulation. Are we there yet? We're still on the journey. Yeah.
What are the sticking points so far with the regulations?
The sticking points, in your show, and we've talked about it, there's been the question about the commission, which we can talk about, and which we don't see it. From our point of view, as I said in the beginning, we are compliant in the market. The regulations put the 18% cap, which all the platforms have to work on. I think when we look at that part of it is because we have to look at the market forces, right? How do we create the demand? How do we create demand and supply issues? And we think from our perspective, and when we're looking at the drafting of the regulations, the question was the impact. I think one of the things which was missing in the conversation at that time was economic and the impact of it in the sector from an economic point of view. It was in Kenyan regulations lawmaking, you need to have an impact assessment, which was not done at that stage, and which the regulator NTSA and the ministry, there's planned to do that, to do a deeper dive. But there was a lot of pressure to come out with regulation. So we understand that the speed might have been different. So that impact part of it is where we are getting back to it. And if we look forward to issues like data, how do we the sector as itself, how do we share data? How do we work with NTSA? Data sharing, how do we share which drivers on what platform? How do we get more safety into the platform? These are issues that we have to sort out as we go, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we'll talk about commissions then, because that has been a conversation. So those who own the vehicles have a concern about commission, and those who are hailing the taxis have a concern about pricing. And even then the drivers have a concern about pricing. So commission versus pricing. First of all, distinguish those two.
that's a very important. I think you've really helped me out in my response, because you've touched on a very important part about that. How is the market structured, right? The market has two elements. It has a supply side, which is a car, and which has the commission is an integral part of it, and the pricing. So the driver who is operating on the platform wants to earn a living, and a decent living in that sense. But then on the other side, he needs to get a passenger into the car. So the pricing also has to match. And ride-hailing, which is a very important distinction, is that we're a complementary service. If you look at it very critically in the transport space, there are other alternatives for the user of the service. If you take the context of the Kenyan case, before ride-hailing came, there were other solutions. And the fact that we're complementary, people came, and if we don't make it attractive, that demand side might disappear. So when we're always trying to do that balancing act, and I will say from the commission part about it, the regulation had put an 18% cap, which translates to the driver taking 82% of the fare, and the platform's taking 18. And from our case, in the case of Bolt, we are very compliant about that. So that is clear. And in the part of the pricing, what we're trying to, and in the conversation with the government, is how do we look for find that sweet spot where we will not kill the demand of the service. And I will use an example which is very important, the conversation which happened in Tanzania. So in Tanzania, when the ride-hailing was introduced and the regulations came in, the platforms, there was no cap on commission. Yeah, the platforms could charge any commission they wanted to charge. Yeah, at that time I think we were charging 20% in the market. Because of pressures, the commission cap was put at 15, and then there was a price floor and all of that. What happened immediately? The platforms look at the markets, because we have to invest in these markets. Some of the platforms withdrew from the market. We stayed to engage the government, because as I started off that we run towards regulation. Yes. We decided to have a conversation with the government, and it was a 6 to 8 months engagement with our business losing. But we stayed to help the government to see the importance. And what was the interesting part about it, when the competitors and others left the market, there was a talk that the orders will come in, the market will continue to thrive. But 6 months into it, the drivers I remember I went into a meeting and the drivers surrounded me. And I was a little bit like, oh, what is going to happen? And the drivers were like, we want you back because we don't have demand. That is the other side, the demand side of it. You need to incentivize. We incentivize the market. We reinvest in the market. And in those conversations, new regulations came out 6 months afterwards. And what were the regulations saying? They were saying that the commission cap was raised to 25%. Before, so you see...
Before you're operating at 20.
Before we're operating 20 and even 15. So it went from 15 to 25, and plus a service fee that could go up to 3%.
Wow.
So you see, all of a sudden, there was an understanding that the market needs those equilibrium, and that is where the conversation has to go, right? And I think one of the things which, when we talk about it, when we look at the cost structure for the drivers, and this is something which we have to talk about, if you look at the cost structure for the drivers, and the bulk of their cost, in the case of the Kenyan market, is renting of the cars or how much they pay for those. Because if you look at the Kenyan market, it's divided into three sectors. There's a person who owns a car, there's a person who is paying a loan for the car, and there's a person who is working for a partner. That bulk of it, the person who is either paying for a partner or paying a loan or paying a partner, the bulk of his cost comes from that. Secondly is fuel pricing before the commission. So if we stay focused on the commission, we're not looking at the problem itself. We have to look at it on a broader base.
So the bigger costs are elsewhere.
The bigger costs are elsewhere. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the cost of credit and operating this car, and then the cost of the fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a break, Kenneth, and then we'll continue this conversation shortly. Kenneth Anye is from Bolt. Today, it's Bolt on the hot seat. Public Policy Director for Africa and International Markets. We're seeking to navigate the regulations for ride-hailing apps in Kenya and comparing with other markets where Bolt operates. For example, in the other 5 African markets, it's in South Africa, it's in Nigeria, it's in Ghana, it's in Tanzania, it's in Tunisia. What are those regulations looking like, and how do they compare with Kenyans? And then it's also beyond Africa. How do they look like? Ndu, please remind us, in fact, tell him about Stanbic. and tell him this is the guy that Stanbic is actually looking for.
You're the one that they want to help make life a lot easier for when it comes to your banking. So imagine a situation with a bank where they're saying, you know what, we can understand that your lifestyle needs to be made a lot more comfortable when it comes to how you spend your money, how you invest your money, how you save your money, or how you plan for your future with your money. It's world-class banking at your doorstep, and it's really one-to-one understanding and organization of your finances, of your wealth growth, of your investment planning, of how you can live joyfully, of how you can bank wisely, and how you can do all of these things because of Kenya's number one private bank, which is Stanbic Bank. Whenever you're here, across the continent and things like that. Engagement. And so this week, interestingly, what we're doing is that we're saying, you know what? There are 4 elements about Stanbic Bank, and you can get into those, like I mentioned: live joyfully, bank wisely, plan for the future. And we're offering that up to one person this week. If you tell us how you engage with Stanbic Bank this week, 25,000 shillings could be yours by Friday.
Goes into your account.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You can continue this fantastic journey with your number one private
Kenneth,
bank.
open the Stanbic Bank private banking account, okay? We had their boss for personal and private banking, and we'll give you his number. In fact, no, we'll give him your number, right? So he needs to look for you, and he will give you the metallic MasterCard World Elite card. That one, it's metallic, like for real, okay? Gives you access to all the lounges, VIP, all lounges +1, right? It gives you access to clubs, gives you access to a lot more, just because they do not want Kenneth, who is dealing with policy, governments, dealing with the market, and then start thinking, I need to travel. Take care of all your headaches so you can focus with one headache, the one that brings you the money, the job. 25 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
We're dealing with partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. 16 degrees, going to highs today of 25 and lows of 16. At 16, it's sunny in Nakuru with highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 17. 17 and sunny in Eldoret with highs of 25, and we're looking into a mostly sunny Mombasa at 29. It's 30 and sunny in Malindi, and 24 and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 29 in sunny Kakamega at 21. Kampala, sunny at 21, going to highs of 29, while at 25 it is sunny in Dar es Salaam with highs of 31. At 17, Johannesburg is sunny with highs of 24. And we're looking into a hazy and sunny at the same time Mogadishu at 29 with highs of 32. It's 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22 and lows of 9, while Lagos in the Hamatan already at 26 with highs of 33. And in Kinshasa at 24, partly sunny, going to highs of 32.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss any morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. People hiding here and there, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, still in traffic hour this morning. Let's take a quick look at what it's looking like on these streets. Still pretty busy as you look at the Thika Superhighway coming in from that outer ring junction. Somehow traffic still heavy here. And also on Kiambu Road, it's starting to fizzle, but still there. Ngong Road, getting into the CBD. Some traffic also coming in on Limuru Road. A quick look at the Eastern Bypass. There's still a little bit of traffic as you come through that dip and then heading out towards North Airport Road, and a little bit in and outbound on Outer Ring. All right, what are we looking at coming off Magadi Road? That's going to seep onto Langata Road. Some traffic as well outbound, but manageable for now. Let's do that. Keep things manageable, shan't we? On Waiyaki Way, as you get into the city, there's traffic coming in from James Gishero, going all the way over the Red Hill Link Road, well into Lower Kabete area and out Lower Kabete, then going through towards Spring Valley. Very, very busy this morning. So we're looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic through this entire area. Buckle up, because you're going to need it this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continues with the Public Policy Director for Africa and International Markets at Bolt, Kenneth Anye.
So one of the, I don't know if I want to call it contentious, maybe I should not use that adjective, but it's an issue for a lot of folks. Is that so you've been able to keep prices from a rider point of view considerably low. So everybody's very happy and say, okay, this is great. But the drivers say that, okay, with this commission that you speak of, it really is a commission issue. With the commission that you speak of, if you keep the price low, that means they as drivers get relatively less in terms of what they earn. And I'm sure you must have heard this complaint quite some. How is that? Is it an issue? Can it be? Is it something that needs to be dealt with, or are we seeing that drivers they're okay? Where are we with this?
Yeah, I think as I was talking about it, and when we break down the market in itself, right, and we've talked about the different cost structure for the driver, we're very cognizant about the pressures that they have. For example, when one of the big issues of fuel pricing, which is a second cost for them in terms of size, right? And when we had the fuel pricing and the increase in fuel price, we reflected on that, and we also had increase in our pricing, right? But we have to always do this balancing act, because as I gave you the example in Tanzania, you don't want to kill the market. Because if you drive up the price in a way where people will, as I said, we're complementary service, they will move to other modes of transport. And with the 16,000, 17,000 or 40,000 drivers, depends on what you're looking at, they'll be out of the job. They will not have an opportunity to earn. So we're always looking at how do we balance this out. But I want to switch the conversation to look at all of those other cost structure. How do we support the drivers in those cost structure, right? For example, the car rental is a big part about it. Maybe almost 40% of the drivers in Kenya don't own the cars. They're either renting it or paying a loan, and they have this, very difficult pressure. From our side as a platform, we've done, a couple of months back, we launched the Haki, we worked with Haki to launch the co-financing of 1,500 cars. But this is it's very minute impact, but it's an impact. But we're looking at other stakeholders, discussing with the governments and other people to see how do we increase ownership of that. So that was how you solve those issues, right? And then the issue that comes up with fuel pricing and the changing of fuel pricing, as a platform, what we do is that we look at how do we cushion them by doing price increase. Is the price increase enough? The debate will always be there. But we can continue to work and engage our drivers, talk more, find ways, give them, fuel discounts and help them to get other ways to reducing that cost. But we have to have a holistic conversation about it.
So what I hear you saying is that there are conversations going in the back end that will provide cost support for drivers, but we never, from a rider point of view, or even on this public, complaint platform, is that you wouldn't see that, or you wouldn't hear about the support that's given for drivers behind the scenes.
Yeah, we do present them. We bring them out and we talk about them and try to share. But sometimes because of the pressure, the cost of living pressure and all of that might get drowned out. Because of there's a lot of talk. But then we have to look at long term to maintain the market. So we are looking at long term. We're looking at how do we continue to support the market and grow the market. We don't want to focus on an issue which changes a lot, because, for example, fuel prices have dropped all of a sudden, right? And we have the market has you get a difference of it. The impact will take some time to be felt, but you get a difference of it. But go to the core issue, which is the car ownership, the car rental, that cost. How can we unpack that? How can we solve? How can we address that? I think that's where we should, a lot of emphasis has to be paid to that.
How would you encourage riders to deal with then, because it's a whole ecosystem here, as you have to deal with drivers, you have to deal with the riders, you have to deal with government, you have to deal with all of these things at the same time.
Yeah. Rider here is the passenger.
Rider is the passenger.
Okay.
Right? The person who's hailing and getting in. when they are dealt with a conversation with the driver, who then says, how much is it asking you to pay? Right?
Yeah.
You say, well, according to the estimate, it is 1,000 shillings, whatever. And they say, no, I cannot. Because these are real conversations, isn't it, Kenneth?
Yeah.
They say, no, I cannot go for that price. I say, well, look, I hailed the thing, and this is how much it's telling me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to pay that plus 500 shillings or whatever. If not, I'm not going to take you. What would you say the rider should do?
The most important element of this, and when this, what we call that offline trips, where the driver will try to, and the key for the rider there is, what service are we providing as a platform in there? There's a combination of reliables, but there's a combination of safety.
Yeah.
Because the moment you go out of that environment, you cannot be guaranteed that safety. You cannot be guaranteed all the aspects that ride hailing brings, right? The reliability, the safety aspects, the efficiency aspect of that. You lose out of that. So what we tell our passengers, or rider base, is this is the reason why you came to the platform, was to get all of this, and you deserve that. So we will advise them against that approach, because we cannot, you lose out on those.
So what must I do practically, right? What must I do? Do I say, okay, I'm going to cancel the trip and I'm going to request another one? Because this it does happen, What should people do?
Yeah, what we advise the passengers to do is, through the app they can inform inform the platform, inform Bolt, and we get, this trip, I booked this trip, and the driver asked me to cancel because, or wants me to pay offline, and inform us, and then we have to engage the driver to, understand where the driver's pain point is and how do we address that. But we'll tell the passenger to, inform and try again to get another trip. And we have done a lot of information on this since it started, when we had that issue, and we've seen a change because we've been able to educate both the drivers and the passengers about the negative impact of the offline, what we call offline trips, right? So,
when Linda, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Eric.
When Linda was here, Kenneth,
Yeah.
we asked her what are the elements that go into pricing, and she told us the 3 elements. There's a base price, then you look at distance, and you look at the time. So those 3 then combine to the fare that I get. When the drivers came, we told them, that's it. And they're like, yeah, we understand. But we don't even know how they're calculating that. And they'd like to know how you're calculating it. Is it possible for drivers to participate in the decision-making of the price per ride?
Yeah, I think and that's a very important point, because there's been a lot of conversation about, we want to be in the seat on the table about how you do this, and what we always say is that because of the dynamic nature of the market, and I'll use other examples where we've been trying. There's been an attempt to set the price, to say this is where how you set the price, and from our point of view, for where we are standing, our vantage position is that we have so many data points that we're bringing in. Our most important issue that we're looking about is the efficiency of the market. So we will never want our drivers to be dissatisfied, because they will vote, and they'll vote with their feet and leave and go to other platforms.
Have they been leaving?
Not the case, because we have a lot of them who are staying, and we have a lot of them who are ending opportunities. If that was the case, we might not be in the market.
Many more that are joining.
Yeah, more are joining, and then we're looking at ways that we can support them. We're looking at ways where we can address their challenges.
This discussion is actually not going to end. Not that it's not going to end soon, it won't end. But have you, as Bolt, figured out what it is that your drivers expect? Because one hears pricing, we want to sit at the table. And as you're talking, I was thinking, when I go to buy unga for ugali, do I want to sit at the same table with the people who produce unga to tell them, guys, this unga, can we agree? Or do I allow the market forces to more or less determine the price? So expectations, because when someone says such things, there's something they expect. So what is it? We had the chairman of one of the associations that handle the affairs of these ride-hailing apps, and he focused a lot on buying the car, not being able to pay. And we asked, was Bolt involved in the process of you buying the car? Did they in any way influence your buying the car or in your going into the business? And the answer was no. You see, there are conversations which when people have, it is clear there's something they have at the back of their mind and you need to understand it. Why is this person insisting on this and why are they so keen on this happening? Because in my mind, it's clear. If I don't like the app, then I move. I go away. I don't see why there is such a need for such a big hoo-ha. One. Two, the regulation that we speak of, okay, the government may understand the regulations, Bolt may understand the regulations, but do the drivers understand these regulations? Not understand. Do they understand them the way you do? Because clearly, when one reads and one comes across the number of complaints that one hears about very, very, very often, it would sound as though this is something that is untenable and they must move away from it. Now, I speak as somebody who uses ride-hailing apps daily. Literally daily. And I talk to the drivers. And that's the spirit, Eric. Yes, power to the people.
Yes.
In equal measure, there are those who do not complain, and there are those who complain in equal measure. In equal measure, there are those who say they can't make a living working in these conditions, and there are some who actually say they don't know what on earth the complaint is about because them they're doing quite fine. So again, understanding the expectations becomes now, how will you go about understanding the expectations? Not understanding what they're telling you they want. What is fueling and what is pushing this thing that they're telling you they want?
And thanks, CT. I think this is very. I mean, it's timely, this conversation about expectations, because when you talk to a driver, at the end of the day, that this is as you know, as the American saying that it's the economy is stupid. It's all about money. It's all about the earnings. The driver wants to have a decent earning, and why the decent earnings? They want to be able to pay for their loan if they're renting the car, or they want to at least look at how they can, make a decent living for their family and all of that. So the earning question always comes, and it gets, it talks about commission, we talk about price, we talk about everything, but earnings. And that's why when I started talking about it, I said, let's break down the cost. How can we go into each of these cost segments and support them?
Yeah.
Because if we don't miss that, we will focus our conversation on the third factor, which is commission. And I always say, every time I use and I have a conversation with drivers, I'm like, there's a conversation about, no, it used to be 15, it should be 15, not 13. I was at 3% change in commission. If you look at your cost structure, is that going to, and then after a little debate, it's like, no, we need more. That's the conversation we should be having. How do we, on all the stakeholders in the market, how do we look at all of these different cost factors? Yeah. And on the issue about understanding the regulations, you're right about it. The regulation, we need to do more about with the drivers, for example. Engaging from our side, we have been having, focus groups, talking to the drivers about the regulations. The regulations, if you talk to policymakers, intentions of improving it. There's still conversations. As I said in the beginning, one of the things which was missing in the regulation was the regulatory impact assessment. The whole economics of it was never done to the deal where you could explain it to the driver and break it down and say, these are the different cost structures, these are the implications, where are the pain points and how do we solve it? Yeah.
Basically, what we're discussing here is input versus output. We have a half-inch input pipe, a quarter-inch input pipe and a half-inch output pipe. The output pipe is what we should be addressing. Yeah. Why is it draining faster than we are putting in? So what are these factors? If you're talking about if it's a cost of fuel, if it's a cost of actually this car on a daily basis and all, if you can support them in that. One of the things that you talked about is that the regulations touch on, so the commission and pricing. There is the impact which hasn't been done. Then there's the safety and behavior, and regulations are on this matter of safety and behavior. From the passenger side, the complaints that you'll hear about are matters of safety and behavior of the drivers. What do the regulations say?
The regulations on the aspect of safety and behavior, right? They're very granular in the case of the Kenyan regulation because it talked about, verbal abuse. You should not verbally abuse. You should not, you should be careful about, you should treat your car needs, the quality of your car needs to be, up to standard. You should be polite to the passengers and vice versa to the passengers also. And even puts in remedy situations, right? That we need to, report to the NTSA. The platforms have to report to when they have safety issues and all of that. This is a very, very, far-reaching and very advanced thought process about how you impact behavior. I don't want to say regulate behavior because it's people. You should allow people to, make that we're adults, right? But how you can impact it. I think what we need to do more about it is how do we operationalize those aspects, right? How do we move forward with those? I'll give you an example. You said if there's a safety incident, we have to report to the regulator. It's a marketplace with 6-7 platforms. Is there a mechanism to make this process seamless so we can share information and we can be able to collectively improve the quality? Because now it's been done on an individual basis. This platform does it this way, that platform does it that way. But how do we improve that? How do we create more? And that is where our appeal when we discuss with policymakers is how do we strengthen those regulations which were good in that aspect when they were looking at it. So, I do understand, and if you look at it from a point of view of Bolt, there's the issue about safety, and we've really invested. Last week, not this week, we launched our safety campaign, which is a 13 billion shillings investment on trying to see on how we will improve our safety, more features. In Kenya, you see we have more features, more looking at compliance and all of that, right? So safety is at the top of our considerations when we look at how we improve the marketplace.
I want to take you back to something you mentioned earlier on. You said your focus group discussions, which means you have a data gathering mechanism for understanding what it is that the riders, the people who you partner with, the people who have vehicles, what they think and what they want. Now, the efforts that you have made thus far, what have they informed you about what it is that the drivers expect, want, vis-a-vis what it is that the company is doing?
The big conversation are two. The earnings question, which we have touched on. How can you help us improve our earnings, right? We talk about pricing, we talk about commission, but let's have a holistic conversation about all of this. Because if we don't have a holistic conversation about all of it, it will become single issue. It's easy to talk about pricing, because it can get a lot of with price, with cost of living issues and all of that. It gets a lot of attention, but they are asking us to engage them more in explaining how we can support them in that sense. So that's one. The focus groups brings up those points, and I'll just add about that, which is very important. Is that if we look at the journey so far, we have moved from minimum in the initial stages. There was minimum engagements with the drivers. We used to have it, but we have grown as we have gone. We've created better relationship with them. We have engaged with them constantly. We have a drivers center where we receive them, and we converse more. Can we do more? Definitely we can do more. And that's what we're looking at.
The pricing and everything around it, whether we're talking about pricing, whether we are talking about commissions, there are factors that contribute to both these conversations that are beyond your reach. For instance, taxes. If you buy a car which is expensive, or you want to lease, or you are buying a car and paying in installments, and the cost of the car was already high, in fact, getting into this business is already damaged, because the very process of doing business is so hampered that it is unlikely that you who has the car will actually make money. Now, government sometimes has preferential treatment for certain sectors. If the government, through organized unions, so for these fellows who are in this line of business, were given some reprieve when it comes to taxes, the government will make up for it in terms of, if these people earn more, then there's more for the government to tax. So the government doesn't actually lose. They actually open up that particular market more. But the moment the taxes are high, the very process of acquiring cars becomes restrictive. Now, how do you help these individuals to actually have a conversation about having a powerful body that can actually communicate effectively, because right now they don't. And how do you help them understand that this is something that could help with the business that they're in?
Yeah, and you've touched on that part about how they get their assets and the cost of it. Whether it's the interest that they have to pay for these assets and all of that. And it's a continuous conversation when we're having with the policymakers and the government in this case, where we're pointing to the data that we have. That car ownership is a very expensive aspect. Is one of the key points. How can we help? How can we be on the table to support that? As I gave the example of the 1,500 cars, which we are supporting co-finance, and the reaction was like 1,500. What is that? You should do more. And we are like, the issue is massive that we have.
It's very many cars.
Yeah, no, but it is. But we when we get that feedback from the drivers, we're like, we understand you because the problem is bigger, but we need everybody on board. Yes, it has to be a collective approach. And in the conversation with government, and you've talked about maybe if we give opportunity, we'll broaden the tax base and we'll be able to help more people will enter the space, people earn a living and they can, support through their taxation. This is economics 101, right? If you brought in the businesses, and the question that we always ask ourselves is, we're telling the policymakers and the authorities is, how can we support? We have all of this data, we have all of this information, let's work together. And they are listening, right? We're having engagements with them. But one thing about it is that it's not it's not one solution quickly. It has iteration. Yeah, it's not a sweet spot. It's a very delicate conversation. And we're having that conversation and looking at how we can improve that.
Kenneth, good to have you today.
Thanks so much.
Very, very enlightening and a good conversation. Kenneth Anye is the Public Policy Director for Africa and International Markets at Bolt. He's been our guest today. Bolt on the hot seat, understanding regulations for ride-hailing apps in the country. It's 9 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news via Amla Ubaga, 52-year-old man who helped in the disposal of the body of Wells Fargo Human Resource Manager Willis Ayeko has been arrested in a police operation in Kakamega. Police said the suspect helped in the disposal of Ayeko's body in the Mungowere stream on October 23rd. This was after Ayeko, who had gone missing on October 18th, was murdered in a house near the same area while being forced to surrender cash and other valuables. Police believe the murder of Ayeko was out of violent robbery, and all the suspects involved have so far been arrested. 2 others died in the process of arresting them. The government will today lead in an autopsy exercise that will be carried out on the body of 19-year-old Sharon Atieno, who was found killed in Kiambu County on Friday last week. The badly mutilated body of Sharon was discovered in a banana plantation in Banana area. Her family is calling for justice even as burial preparations and police investigations are ongoing.
We are analyzing forensically the cell phone, the communication, and other investigation lead. There is something we are doing, and therefore, at the moment, we have not finished investigation, so the matter is under active investigation.
Nikakuta hakuna mahali hata anahema, lakini yeye mwenyewe tayari ashauliwa.
Kama ni mtu alikuwa anakata na msumeno, alikata kutoka hapa, hii singo yote alikata mpaka ikabaki kidogo pande hii, na hii kisu kaenda chini, ikaendelea kukapaswa kabisa, akapasa mpaka hapa chini. So hatujui, so tunaomba tu kama kuna haki ambayo itapatikana kwa mtoto mdogo. Sasa tumewachia watu wa DCI.
Over 97 femicide cases have been recorded in the last 3 months in the country. The Ministry of Health has reported a high uptake in the 9 high-risk counties of Busia, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Turkana, Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos and Kajiado in the second phase of the polio vaccination campaign. The ministry says parents appear to have ignored septics and allowed their children to receive the protective polio vaccine in the ongoing vaccination drive, which closes today. All children under 5 years are being vaccinated against polio, a highly infectious disease that can cause paralysis and even death within hours among young children who are not fully vaccinated. A student sitting the ongoing KCSE exams at Sironga Girls High School in Nyeri County collapsed after Ministry of Education official bit her. Police say the candidate was taking the exam in class when Beatrice Kendi, a quality assurance officer, entered the room at about 9 a.m. The student was chewing something Kendi suspected to be unauthorized material, so she moved closer and slapped her severely but did not recover any exhibit to effect. After the ministry official left, the student remained restless in the class, whereby as the exam was about to end, she collapsed and was rushed to the school dispensary, attended to and discharged in fair state. DCI are currently probing the incident. Elsewhere, a female KCSE candidate in Migori has died while battling kidney and heart complications. A police report stated that Molina Tieno, 19, of Okumbo Mixed Secondary School, was undertaking her exams from the Migori County Referral Hospital under medical watch after being admitted last month. She unfortunately succumbed last evening at the Said facility. The sudden death comes a few weeks after a male KCSE candidate from Tigania West Meru County died on November 4th, just hours before the national exams began. And in the international scene, Israeli strikes killed at least 14 people in Gaza. Palestinian authorities said the plumes of smoke were rising above the southern Beirut's suburbs less than an hour after Israeli forces told residents to evacuate. While fighting continues, international aid groups issued a report saying Israel has not met on a Tuesday deadline set by the US to allow more aid into the Gaza Strip. But the Israeli military said hundreds of packages of food and water have been brought to an area in northern Gaza where it has been focusing operations. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very, very busy in the city this morning. Let's take a look at what's happening on James Gishuru, and it's spilling over towards Waiakwe. Some of that traffic will go down Waiakwe out towards Westlands. The rest of it is going to find its way snaking through the Red Hill Link Road. It's going to take up some of that traffic from Lower Kabete out towards Spring Valley. So that is an absolute mess. Let's also look at what's going on from Peponi, Kitisuru, Thigiri Ridge. Everybody trying to find their way through towards Limuru Road. This traffic woke up later and is clogging up everything. Survey on the Thika Superhighway getting out towards the city, also very busy. Bumper to bumper on parts of Kiambu Road as it makes its way towards Muthaiga Square. It's busy on Lunga Lunga, also trying to connect with Likoni at the interchange. So all of this is now just very interesting right about now. Mombasa Road not doing too badly, so hop on that and be able to use that to get into the city quickly. All right, let's talk and see what happens as we come to the end of traffic hour. We will talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It's 9 minutes after 9. How are you doing? Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. And we've been talking about Tala, downloading Tala. Right now, the app is available only on Android phones. So Google Play, go to Google Play, download Tala. Why do you need to download Tala, City?
Well, the reason why you need to download Tala is the same reason why you need to be prepared. Prepared for what, you may ask? Well, you need to be prepared for emergencies, eventualities. And eventualities that normally put people in a fairly tight corner are financial ones. Now, Tala is a financial app. I was going to say finance giving. I realized here I might sell it short because I'll be telling people there's money to be given. No, there's money to be loaned at a cost, yes, but reasonable. But there's a safety net to it. This isn't on these fly-by-night fintechs. Tala is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. It is registered by the Data Commission of Kenya. It means that everything that they do is above board. They will lend you money from shillings X to 50,000. They will also give you time to pay back that money from 0 day to 60 days. And if you want to increase your credit, you borrow and you pay. It's really not that complicated. But then you have a trusted friend. So on the day when you have an emergency for 5,000 shillings, 2, 10, 40, 20, Tala then comes in handy. Yes.
That's it.
That's it. As simple as that, really.
Download Tala today on Google Play. Our next conversation is going to be about justice and human rights promotion and recognizing defenders of justice. We are joined by our friend Irungu Houghton, Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya. Irungu, how are you?
I'm very well, and good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Actually, I feel like saying good afternoon because it's so late in the day for you people. Usually I'm here like before the sun comes up.
Yeah. You know,
good afternoon, everybody.
We are nearing the end of our, in fact, say good evening.
But not good night.
Just not good night yet. Right? How you doing?
I'm well. Actually, I'm in a good space. This is my favorite time of the year. It's a period of the year where we recognize human rights defenders, and that's the reason I've come on the show.
Very good. Very good. Someone said, oh, it's good to see that Irungu is going to be coming. And wrote to me there, Latiff, it's pronounced Houghton.
No, it's pronounced Houghton.
Thank you. There you go.
Not Houston, not Huntington, not Haunton, or Houghton,
yes.
But Houghton.
Houghton. There you go.
We've done the whole range.
Houston, we have a problem.
Definitely.
We've got Houghton with us.
Speaking as also one who is aggrieved by mispronunciation of his name.
We could form a WhatsApp group.
We could form a WhatsApp group.
Let's do that.
We should.
I'm okay with Latiff.
Latiff.
Latifa.
Latifa even.
I'm all right. So
as long as they don't put, maybe they put Queen in front of it. Or you're okay just with that.
That's fine.
Hear the range that Okoh provides. Do another combination. From
Ndwaka. Ndwaka. From Ndwaka.
They call Ndwati.
And you come from a country where I suspect the number of Ndos are probably more than the population of Kenya. I mean, this is the thing about Kenyans. We need to get educated about Nigeria.
Understand?
Not just Niger music.
There are many people. There are many, but City doesn't complain.
City has no problem. Well, City is...
Everybody knows him as Sweetie. And everybody's okay. Yeah. Even he is happy.
See? I may have to talk to his wife on that one. We have to restrain him.
He's everybody's Sweetie.
Literally.
Irungu.
Thank you.
You know, Amnesty is an employer.
Yeah.
Right? And because you are law-abiding employers, I'm sure that you also abide by the NSSF Act of 2023, where you deduct and you also contribute.
You remit.
And you remit.
Before midnight.
Right? On the 9th of every... So, there's 2 tiers of pension remittances. So there's tier 1 that must go to NSSF. And there's tier 2 that could go to NSSF, or you could have a scheme where your contribution plus the employee's contribution is going to. Now, where does that scheme go to? Now, I've got a message for you from Taifa Pension Fund. Please, when you go back to the office, tell your staff, guys, as the executive director, I'm making a fair decision that from today we are going...
Orders from above.
Yes, orders from above. We are going to consider Taifa Pension Fund. Let's talk to them and let's see whether they actually have better benefits than what we are getting currently. Because the benefits... I've been talking about the benefits too for the employers. Let's count the benefits for the employees. Okay? Start with benefit number 1.
Yes.
Enhanced medical benefits. Members can save for medical needs and receive post-retirement medical cover from the CPF Post-Retirement Medical Fund.
1.
2. Speedy payment of benefits. TPF members receive their benefits within 14 days of leaving service, including the statutory tier 2 contributions payable at retirement.
2.
3. Access to exclusive financial services. Through the CPF network, members of Taifa Pension Fund have access to investment opportunities, training and personal finance products, including digital lending and save as you spend.
3.
Enhanced life insurance benefits. All members enjoy a death in service benefit of 3 times the annual salary payable to beneficiaries, as well as critical illness and retrenchment and permanent total disability benefits.
4.
Ease of access. Taifa Pension Fund has national presence and branches in every region for ease of access by members.
5.
And finally, access to Sharia-compliant investment. Members of TPF employees can enjoy access to the Sharia-compliant retirement benefits fund administered by the CPF Financial Services SALI, which is Sharia-compliant. Irongo. Sindio?
Yeah, I will take this back immediately to the office. In fact, I think they're watching.
They're watching. Please, taifapensionfund.com. taifapensionfund.com. I've been getting it right there. Taifa Pension. Taifa Pension. Taifa Pension Fund.
You know what they say? Leave the party when it's still banging.
Relax. Leave it, huh? Sour. City?
Yes.
City. Why don't you welcome Irongo Hafton with the day's proverb?
I protest. With the Nigerians.
With the Nigerians?
Double protestation.
Over 1 million. 100 million.
Well, Latifa, now that you put it so well.
Your parents are rolling wherever they are.
Proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Republic of Kenya. You may have come across that country somewhere. Yes. And we are going to mention the proverb in Kiswahili. Then we will ask you, our esteemed guest, to tell us what you think the meaning is, or rather the translation first, and then what you think the Kenyans are trying to say.
Okay.
Okay? Bahati ikikukataa hata kwa mganga haitafaa.
La, as the people in the coast would say.
Salale.
Kazi ngumu. So I would interpret this as if you are unlucky, don't bother going to a healer or a witch doctor. Literally. So for those of you that, as you're going about your neighborhoods and so on, and you see those signs that say, sperm count low, problem with your wife, not enough money, children not passing the exams,
business failing.
Yeah, call this number, right? So this is for you people out there who call those numbers. I think for me, what I would probably say is your circumstances are consequences of the choices you make and the actions that you take, which means nothing in our life is fortune necessarily, but it is purely a consequence of the decisions and the actions that you take. And that is a very good place to start talking about human rights and human rights defenders. Because ultimately, if we have a problem with the human rights violations in this country, there is no point going to a witch doctor or to a healer to explain the reasons for this. We need to look inwards and among ourselves to see where it is that we have dropped the ball.
Rumba, you seem to be focusing on witch doctors who solve problems. Well, they all do.
Including the other doctors.
Yes. Some problems are darker than others. But when it comes to problems, you could direct a witch doctor to certain individuals.
And those are your problems.
Yes.
Direct the witch doctor to your problem.
Yes.
If your children are not passing the exams, talk to your children. Don't talk to a witch doctor. If you have less than a sexy life with your significant other, talk to your significant other. Don't go to a witch doctor.
Please.
If your stomach is a bit more rounded than you would like it to be, go to the gym. Don't go to the witch doctor. Can I continue?
I think we get it.
You get it?
You get it.
You don't get it.
Forget about
it. It was the health cabinet secretary who gave us that. Huh? We got it.
Yeah, but
Pray. Don't continue to treat this thing.
No, Murray.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just not normal.
Human rights is such a big thing in Kenya that institutions such as yours, Amnesty International, has an office here. We've got others, the Kenya Human Rights Commission. In fact, we came up with a constitution and input a Human Rights Commission in there to be a watchdog and make sure that we uphold human rights here. We've got the best Bill of Rights in the Constitution anywhere in the world, so they say. And yet, how are we doing in terms of upholding human rights in the country?
Yeah. So last night, as I was thinking about, what would be an interesting way to have this conversation, I took the trouble of actually looking at the Constitution very carefully. There are 193 pages in the Constitution. It refers to human beings in some form or the other, either citizens or people or persons, 600 times. So there are 3 times as many references to human beings in the Constitution as there are pages. The state is referenced at least 173 times. And human rights is mentioned 36 times. Right, which means that probably every 3 pages, is that roughly about every 6 pages, there is reference to human rights in the Constitution. So back in 2010, we took a very deliberate decision as a country, as a majority, because we voted for that Constitution, to enshrine human rights in the Constitution. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is just one institution. There are tens of other organizations, but I think sometimes one of the mistakes we make is to look at Amnesty International or to the Kenya Human Rights Commission or to the Defenders Coalition and think that's where human rights protection primarily sits. We are much more interested as Amnesty International in ordinary citizens who are taking actions on a voluntary basis to protect the people around them, to promote a sense of decency, to reduce the levels of fear and the amount of danger that our citizens face. So I think it's one thing to look at non-governmental organizations as being human rights organizations, but I think it's much more interesting to think about individual actions that are being taken every day in the Republic. And secondly, those large, associations like the Kenya Medical Association, like the Law Society of Kenya, like the ISPAC, the Accountants Association, or even the Architects Association of Kenya, and see them as human rights protectors. And then let me just say something that I'm sure will make people a little more stressed. I actually believe that every single police officer, if they are following their oath of office, they are human rights defenders. That's the demand that the Constitution makes of us. And in particular, Article 3.1 of the Constitution that says every citizen has an obligation to protect, defend, and promote the Constitution.
So, Irongo, when that is not happening, are we looking at a direct abrogation of the Constitution?
Yeah.
So hang on to that, because I think it's interesting that today in the Standard, there is a special report. Robert Wanjala writes about, a lot of people who were abducted during the protests and goes into quite some depth about basically rights. So when we see that, it doesn't matter if we're talking about law enforcement or even the ordinary citizen, if something is happening to somebody else, which is outside the scope of rights and how they are protected, so then everybody at some level then is abrogating the Constitution. Is that what you're saying?
Not everybody. I mean, our experience as Amnesty International is that there are small numbers of people who don't really care about the Constitution except to violate it. There are people who are essentially enamored or are really excited by the idea of power and privilege and what they can do to other people because they hold that power and privilege. But they tend to be the minority. Most of Kenyans are decent, they are hardworking, they are concerned about their families, they're concerned about their communities. They want a state that functions. They don't want to have to hemorrhage their financial capital every time one member of their family gets sick. That's the Kenya that is, for me, that I hold out for. There are a number of human rights violators. So as we're talking about the Human Rights Defenders Award, perhaps we should be giving not quite an award, but the reverse of award. I don't know if I have enough English. I can Google in a minute. But for human rights violators, I mean, who has violated the Constitution severally and significantly over 2024? And let's have an award ceremony for them as well, so that we actually do reverse, naming and shaming. The paper today covers the story of the abductions, 73 abductions, and probably about just over 20 people are still missing. Those abductions have been linked several times to a multi-agency task force. The task force is, according to the Human Rights Watch report that was released last week, is made up of national intelligence officers, military intelligence officers, Director of Criminal Investigations officers, and also anti-terrorism police unit. Every individual in that multi-agency task force has broken several laws when they abducted Kenyans during this period.
Yeah. And to make it worse, so, we saw before, this is interesting because I think the headline has changed a little bit now, is that we saw, armed masked men abducting, armed masked men kidnapping, people held for some time, abducted. But today there's another word, extorted. That even when you are in custody, somebody is saying, well, okay, you are, if we're going to let you go or stop torturing you or stop beating you to within an inch of your life, give us something. So for me, that went off in my head and I said, on top of all of this, then still you're telling this man or woman or child to bring money so that you can let them go.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Several years ago, I met with a deputy governor, and I was complaining about, part of the city that I live, and I was like, these don't work, these don't work, these don't work. And he looked me straight in the eye and he said, Irungo, let me just give you a piece of advice, sitting as a deputy governor. Whenever the government does not work, corruption is at the center of it. Systems are deliberately made dysfunctional. They are destroyed in order that somebody can get a kickback. So wherever power is exercised, and in this case, abducting people, enforcibly disappearing them, or arbitrarily arresting them, wherever the law is violated, somebody will turn that into a money-making scheme. Now, I don't know whether it is that we just have we have too vigorous a small and medium enterprise culture in this country, that even people working for the public see that as an opportunity to create an SME at a roundabout or at a traffic light, or even in the circumstances we've seen. But I think we have to demand that without the rule of law, this country perishes, and it perishes not just because of violence, it perishes because of corruption.
You talk about the Human Rights Defenders Awards.
Right.
Tell us a bit about that.
So 8 years ago, 2016, a number of organizations came together under the auspices of the Human Rights Defenders Working Group. This is a working group that meets from time to time to look at the context within human rights defenders are working. Many of those HRDs, as we call it, are volunteers. They're not salaried workers with the opportunity of TAIFA pension scheme. There are people who just are concerned about their communities or their neighborhoods or their families, and began to think of an idea of how could we honor selflessness, how could we honor courage, how could we honor actions that are taken to protect others. And that's how the Human Rights Awards was developed. And again, they've been running for 8 years. The next award will be announced on the 29th of November. My ethics do not allow me to give you a sneak preview of who they are, but to suffice to say that hundreds of people are nominated. And last year, I think over 300 100 were nominated, and we're looking forward to see who will be the human rights awardees of 2024. So they're nominated by the public. So the organizations that are participating in the exercise will have, way back, I think in May, April, June, will have asked for nominations of people that, are deserving. And that goes through a very rigorous process. They're vetted, and then finally the difficult decisions are made, and people are awarded. Last year, there are several categories I should mention. There is a lifetime award. Last year it went to Senior Counsel Paul Mwite. I teased a young emerging leader the other day and said, do you know Paul Mwite? And they said, yeah, vaguely. He's the one who does election petitions. I said, well, before he did election petitions...
is he the Rigiji guy?
He was also involved in the impeachment process. I said, for 50 years, he did human rights work. And 50 years is probably double the life experience of most Gen Zs. And he got the Lifetime Award last year.
Good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. So several categories of people who are then recognized.
Yeah.
What is the basis for recognition? And even for nomination. I mean, so if you, for next year, because the nominations I'm sure are closed for this year. So for next year, when you ask people to now start thinking and nominating those that you think are human rights defenders, what is it that you should consider?
Yeah, I mean, I've still got the booklet. I keep all the booklets for the last 2 or 3 years that I've been able to attend. But you've got, for example, Lisa Gem, who was preteen. I think she's not yet a teenager, but she was a young emerging human rights defender, and she got the work largely for promoting child rights in her school and in her community. And then you've got, for example, 2022, John Alanamo got it for his work around investigative journalism and telling those stories that the powerful and the privileged just don't want us to hear. So he did that work. But you've got other people. So the Social Justice Travelling Theatre, this was a collective award. They got the award as upcoming human rights defenders. And of course, what they do is they do street theatre, right? So they actually dramatize some of the fiction that is fact in this country, if I can put it that way. And then the HRD award of the year went to a young man from Turkana, and his name is Epakan Ekale, and he's a really remarkable man. What he does is he works primarily with the communities around peace and peace building. So where there's been tension within Turkana between the different ethnic communities, he's come in and created dialogues between them. He also is a climate change warrior. He is very concerned about the impact on Lake Turkana and, of course, the increasing desertification of Turkana. And lastly, he has done quite a lot of work on social accountability, exposing corruption. And for his and their, for their efforts, many of them were arbitrarily arrested. Some of them would have been taken to court. But as the committee often says, it is not a precondition that you need to be tear gassed, abducted, and detained for you to be an awardee. What is important is that you have actually stood up for others. That you have stood up for people with disabilities, you've stood up for sexual minorities, you've stood up for women, girls, you've stood up for an environment that works and a climate smart governance culture. So I think that's the criteria that's put out every year.
So you have many such people across the country?
Oh, hundreds.
Okay.
Hundreds.
After this break, you'll tell us what drives such people.
Yeah.
What is it that drives them? I mean, is it money? Is it... are they seeking political office? So they're starting somewhere. So this is their entry into politics. What is it that drives these hundreds of people who are rights defenders across the country? Irongo Houghton, Executive Director, Amnesty International Kenya, is our guest today. We are talking about human rights promotion and recognizing defenders of justice, the Human Rights Awards that will be taking place on the 29th of November. Ndu.
Yes.
Ebu tell Irongo about the metallic card and how you can get, this is a big man,
So there's a place
he's executive director, He requires private banking.
There's a lot of energy going into Amnesty this morning. We are terrified to be here.
There's a place where you would go and you say, you know what? I have worked so hard. Now, please, here's my money. Handle it for me. Show me where to invest. Show me how to plan. Show me how to, get education things all sorted out. And they said, you know what? Come into one of our private suites and have a conversation with one of our world-class financial advisors. In a private manner, you tell them what they want, they'll sort you out. And it is for this reason, these fantastic conversations that they've been having, that they've been named Kenya's #1 private bank. It's Stanbic Bank. So getting into this system where all your things are taken care of, you can plan wisely, you can live joyfully, you can bank easily just because of Stanbic. And sorting out your things for you. When you travel, they say, okay, you just go. We'll sort out the rest. You need to get ideas on where to put your money in the future. Tell us, what are you thinking? They'll give you the options and it'll be sorted out for you. It's great stuff. They're also telling somebody else, if you can think of those 4 elements that Stanbic is pushing, will you give you 25,000 bob this week? Because you opened an account and you said, no, this is how I will use the 4 elements of living joyfully, banking wisely, planning, like that. 25,000 bob. Invest, and then the metallic card. By the time they reach your level now, they give you a card. Literally, it's a metallic card. It just looks rich, the card itself, before you even put it anywhere.
Even if the balance is low.
Don't even worry about it.
It doesn't understand balance.
It doesn't understand balance. It understands infinity.
So when you overspend, it also takes care of that?
Yes.
Don't worry.
With that card, you can't possibly overspend.
I only ever saw a metallic card once, and that was with the late DJ CK Chris Kirubi, whose card I swear we could have sold.
His own business card.
I could have sold it in the streets of Nairobi.
Chris Kirubi, chairman, International House Limited. Plus very many other things. Now he couldn't add all those chairman, just once.
And had a paper card.
Very good.
Business card.
26-10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Still a bit of a cloudy morning in Nairobi. Through Wednesday, we'll see highs of 25 and lows of 16. Mostly sunny at 19 in Nakuru with highs of 26, while Nyeri is cloudy at 19. We'll see highs of 25. It's a sunny morning in Eldoret at 20 with highs of 25 and lows of 14. And we're looking to a sunny Mombasa at 31 with highs of 32. And Malindi will go to highs of 33 and lows of 25. The sun is up in Kisumu at 26, highs of 31. And it is sunny in Kakamega at 24 with highs of 29. We're looking at a sunny morning in Kampala as well. Highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam at 28 is sunny, going to highs of 31. 19 in Johannesburg, we'll see highs of 25, while it'll be partly sunny through Wednesday in Mogadishu with highs of 32. Addis Ababa is sunny at 17 with highs of 22, while Lagos after the haze is cloudy at 26. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 26. 24 will be the low in a mostly sunny Kinshasa, going to highs of 32. Wednesday afternoon is cloudy in Beijing at 11, highs of 12, and in Paris 7 and cloudy with highs of 9. It's 9 degrees and cloudy in London with highs of 12 and lows of 7, while New York cooling down is 4 degrees and clear coming into Wednesday, highs of 9 and lows of 3.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
90-10, our conversation continues with Rungu Hauchon, Executive Director, Amnesty International Kenya. 29th of November, we'll be recognizing human rights defenders across the country at the Human Rights Awards. So you're saying there are hundreds of people like this. In fact, there are many, many who are nominated across the country every year. Yeah. What drives such people?
I think there are a number of drivers. So most of the people that I speak to start off with a concern about what's happening in their immediate community. So, for example, our circles of conscience, the Amnesty chapters across, which we now have about 109 in about 36 counties in the country. Most of them talk about the concerns they have around human rights violations in their schools, in their hospitals, in their communities. So that's the first group, and I guess a passion for a better country. The second one is God. There are a number of people who speak to the biblical or the Islamic basis for being a human rights defender. The third group, I think, for me, speak to their own desire to lead because they think that they can do better. So there are a number of human rights defenders who don't just want to be reactive, but they want to take on the positions of Attorney General, Interior Minister, the Inspector General, because they think they could do a better job. And then the last one, I think, is, a sense of shame. This is the strange one. It's the one that brought me to this work many years ago. I was 16. I was standing in a bus at a bus stage, and a woman, 4 persons down, got attacked by a woman who I think now was probably somebody who was mentally unstable. And she literally pulled out this woman's hair by the roots. And we were 10 in the line. And nobody came to the protection of this woman in the front, including myself. I was 16 at the time. And as this woman who attacked her got exhausted, and she literally got exhausted. She was allowed to continue until she got exhausted. She walked off, leaving this woman crying and bleeding from the hair roots. And she turned around to all of us and she said, "Why didn't one of you protect me? Why didn't one of you stop this woman for doing this?" And the sense of shame I had as a 16-year-old was sufficient that even now I still get goosebumps when I tell the story, because it reminds me of a time when I had the power to interrupt something and I didn't, and somebody got hurt as a result. And I think that's the other driver that many people have, that they saw something, they took no action, and they saw the consequences of that playing out. The last one, of course, and let me be real with this, is that some people think that by doing human rights work, you'll get a job in a human rights organization. Now, I usually like to say to people, Amnesty International has a staff profile of 25 staff. We don't have the capacity. We would love to recruit hundreds of Kenyans, send them to all 47 counties, but we don't have that capacity. So we have to build a culture that is voluntary and that is professional but voluntary, and able to do things on the back of whatever it is that people are doing. So a lot of our members are doctors, they're journalists, they're lawyers, they are mama mboga, they are, they're a whole set of backgrounds. But there is a thought that this could lead to being the executive director of Amnesty International Kenya, which is what I encourage people. This job is temporary for me.
You have a membership?
We have a huge membership. We are 3,000 strong.
How does one apply to be a member?
Okay, here we go. Take out your pens, everybody. Pull out your gadgets on television, including you, sweetie. Go to amnestykenya.org and go to that page that says "Join Us." It's painless. You will part with a little bit of mobile money, but essentially you can become a member.
What does membership mean?
So membership for Amnesty International essentially is an opportunity for you to be part of a movement that is committed to the Constitution and to the rule of law. It gives me the power when I speak, because I'm not speaking simply as somebody who manages a team of 25 people, who is accountable to now a Kenyan board, but I speak on behalf of members and supporters throughout the country. The other thing is it gives you an opportunity to be among other members in local localities. So we've got 109 chapters in universities, in communities, and in secondary schools all over the Republic. So that's the side of things. But I think, for other organizations like Defenders Coalition, they have a huge network of, human rights defenders all over the country, and they protect them, they train them, they keep their morale high and support them when they need that. And it's the same for the Kenya Human Rights Commission. For IMLU, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, they do work mostly around medical related issues, torture. They help with postmortems. Many of the postmortems sadly, of the cases that we've seen in the last 4 months have been independently verified by IMLU and others, and there are many others.
I want to go back to your personal story, if you'll allow me. So you've just told us, this is what happened. Yeah. And you've carried it all these years. Yeah. From 17 years old, now you're 75 years old.
I'm so glad you're not sitting KCSE this year.
But then you look back at many of you who stood and watched as something was happening, and you did nothing.
Yeah.
When you look back at yourself, why didn't you do something?
Yeah. So I have another story, which is 6 years ago. A black cat walked across our garden, and we have, just to make it clear, because I'm sure people are like, Amnesty Director, maybe 5 acres of a garden. We're talking about less than, a quarter of an acre. It's very little. In fact, if anything, I can cut it with I can cut the grass with a toothbrush, or I can comb the grass with a toothbrush. But this cat walked across the garden, and we watched it. It was a stray cat, and we watched the tension between that cat and our neighbor's cat, and didn't intervene. And then 2 weeks later, I was burying our neighbor's cat because the cat that walked across our garden had not been, managed. And then that cat killed one of the cats that lived in the compound of where we live. And I often say that, sometimes we don't take action when the things that are threatening us are lizards. And then one day they grow into crocodiles, and then they're too big for us to deal with. So my life advice to 56 million Kenyans is deal with the lizards when you can, because if you don't, they become crocodiles. And we've seen this in some ways. If you look at some of the life biographies of the people who are occupying parliament or the executive or other, to some extent even the judiciary, people who showed us from a very young age that they were incapable of handling public resources or protecting the public. And then they have moved into positions of power and authority, and they have betrayed the oath that they took when they took those positions. So I think it's very important. I'm not calling them lizards. Please let's not go there, or crocodiles. But I am saying that it is really important that we actually think about how to intervene quickly and at the point of a violation, so that it does not grow into something bigger than we assume. So to go back to your point there about abductions, what may have started off as a security operation, this would be the argument, I think, of the multi-agency task force, has now turned into a corruption, rent-seeking, extortion operation. It was not intended that way by the people that probably gave the authority and the instructions to do this. But anything that is unlawful inevitably metastasized. Is that the word we use for cancer? It spreads to something else and becomes so big that you're unable to control it. We've seen this from history.
Who protects human rights defenders, and who should protect them?
Let me start with who should. So human rights protection is a constitutional obligation. 3.1 of Article 3.1 of the Constitution says that we all have an obligation to protect the Constitution. So if you are blowing the whistle on corruption, if you are stopping marine trawling, if you are stopping smuggling of human trafficking, if you are stopping the killing of our elephants and our wildlife, you are a human rights defender. If you are protecting children against pedophiles, you are a human rights defender. So the Constitution actually passes that obligation to all state organs to do that. The reality in Kenya today is that I can't think of a institution that goes out of its way boldly to protect the human rights defender. Possibly the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, which has that as its mandate and has been playing an important role during this period. But I think it's important to recognize that actually this work has largely fallen to non-state actors. So human rights organizations there have a huge obligation. But I really feel that actually leaving this work to human rights organizations, of which there are probably no more than 50 in this country, is a cop-out. What we need to see is families protecting human rights defenders. We need to see families supporting human rights defenders. Increasingly now, the funding that's coming into human rights organizations is dwindling. Therefore, we have to think internally. And I think we have to cause a few muscles to grow within the Kenyan body that would allow for Kenyans to be able to contribute to human rights work. So if you are concerned about corruption in this country, there's a place where you can put your little dollars or shillings or whatever it is. If there is a thing that, if you're concerned about child protection, there's a place you can put that. If you're concerned about the environment, there's also a place where you can fund organizations to do this work. And I think that's where the work over the next, I guess, 1 to 3 years needs to go, which is to find ways of allowing Kenyans who may not want to do the human rights protection work themselves directly.
But the one to support.
Yeah, CT with his what is it, the metallic card. May want to just swipe it on an Amnesty website and say, bro, I am not sure if I'm going to the streets, but
I support those.
But I support who are going to, people going to the streets. Or I would like to support a piece of research that looks into the issue of how we stop abductions.
I think we've seen. Just with the Gen Z and the millennials and the other Kenyans during these protests recently, that people are willing to actually put in 10 bob, 20 bob, 100 bob, 2,000 to support those who are putting themselves in the front line and saying, let's support and let's see. Then the question that comes inevitably out of it is the accountability for it.
Right.
So how do we encourage then the accountability from the recipients, from those that are being supported by the people?
I mean, the first thing is just to say this is not complicated because Kenyans are, organizing Harambes all the time.
Yep.
We raise money in WhatsApp groups. In fact, one of 3 purposes of a WhatsApp group is to raise money.
Yes.
I'm not being rude. It's true. So we're doing this all the time. It is no different to raise money for a human rights related violation than it is to raise money for an unfortunate incident that has happened in a family, In fact, if anything, I think it is probably even more strategic to start looking at the big issues. So the question we must be asking is why is private and public health, well, first of all, why is private healthcare so expensive, right? Why are we not protected when our loved ones go in, particularly for terminal care?
Yeah.
And we are in that finance accounting room, and we're trying to understand the list of things that are now on this medical bill, and we have no capacity to do that. Why is that the case? Why is it the case that public health at the moment is in such a shambles? Now, you can support people who need medical help today, and that's fine, but you will be doing this tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. If you put a similar amount of money into an organization that is looking at health-based corruption fraud, you are actually beginning to fix the problem that may lead you to a point where you never have to come out of pocket in order to fund this. This is the point that I've been raising with diaspora communities and with Kenyans, is that if we start thinking more strategically, then actually we can reduce the medical catastrophes that we see every day. So this would be a suggestion.
We are quick to trust. Yeah. Right, and that's why someone opens a WhatsApp group and you're like, all right, so let me see the purpose of it, and you buy.
You go into the group before you know the purpose.
Yeah, you go into the group because the person who's invited you into the group is somebody you know, right? So, you get into the group and then you see what the issues are, and you're willing to contribute. And as long as there's somebody there, the secretary or treasurer is listing all the time, we've received X amount from Irongo, X amount from Eric, and you're fine. And this is the bill that we are working towards. You're okay with it,
right?
And if there are no issues that emanate at the end in terms of, we contributed, but only 20,000 went to the cause that we were contributing for, and the others, then you start having issues. So I want you to speak to the human rights defenders who would like to fundraise this way.
Right.
You want to crowdsource for just support, but then how do you maintain the trust of the people that are contributing towards this? What are these things that you should do?
I think there are 4 things. The first is have a clear objective and make it measurable. So one of the gripes that I have with many of these groups, they don't tell you how much we're raising. It's just an open-ended,
there's no budget, there's no target figure.
Yeah, so at some point I get a feeling that I need to be looking at the cars that people are driving afterwards to see whether the hubcaps have changed also, So I think the first one is clear objectives, make it measurable, make it financially, measurable. The second one is have a clear target for the number of people you want to put into the group. So be clear who it is that is concerned about this issue, and find ways of transparently reporting back to them regularly. The third thing I think, which is as important, is thank people. Too many of these groups, I think somehow we contribute, and then after a while we see our contribution has been listed, and then we stop going into that group.
And then you've been removed.
And then you're somehow removed. And so I think thanking people is a really important thing, because people want the confidence to give again also.
Yeah.
The last one, I think, is documenting it in a way in which people can go back and see it. And one of the things that I found so inspirational about Hanifa's work, Hanifa the activist, was that she raised somewhere in the range of just over 30 million shillings. And most of it was small amounts, but many people, is that she actually got it audited, and of course, if you're raising only, if you're only raising 200,000, audit on that may be a bit expensive. But if you're dealing with large volumes, then having independent auditors and putting that in the public domain, I think is really important. And that, I think, is the culture that we can create.
There's always this question that arises when we talk about human rights. It sounds facetious, but then it has to be asked: are we a people who have been abused so often that we've gotten to a point where we actually identify with our abusers? Because Stockholm syndrome. Because when you talk of corruption, when we hear corruption, and there's a discussion the details of it, do we then remind ourselves of some untidy situation that we got ourselves into, or some policeman whom we bribed so that we could get out of a sticky situation, or some money we paid so that some child can get admission, whatever it is that we did, so that when we hear someone else's situation, we are loath to actually criticize or do what we need to, because we know now. What I'm describing is a good thing because it means we have a conscience. But are we captive? See, this is the question, because we know what is wrong and what is right. It's not that we don't know, we do know. The disconnect we now have with our children is we taught them wrong and right, and they don't seem to see us practicing it.
Yeah.
And that causes a very serious disquiet.
Yeah. So I have a friend who had a very uncomfortable conversation with her daughter, and the daughter was 6. And the daughter came up to the mother one day and said, Mommy, I don't understand why I need to do homework, and I don't know why I need to go for exams. Why don't they just give me the results?
I mean.
Surely.
And if you think about it, it's not really a very illogical question to ask, right? In Kenya today. The mother stopped. In fact, I don't think that conversation went on for much longer. The mother stopped and thought, let me step back and think about how I want to have a relationship with my child, because obviously what I am not doing is I am not creating a sense of values in my children. So the starting point, I think, is who are the value carriers in Kenya today, right? And the reality is we can name the vice carriers. There are many, right? But the question
is vice a value?
No, vice and value, I usually keep them very separate. That's a good point. We Google. No. Okay. So vice carriers, I have them as many. These are the people who think about accumulation. They think about self. They're the people who think about destroying public institutions for private greed. They will steal, if given the chance. They steal from their relatives. They steal from their loved ones. And even within the family, they misuse family resources or use family resources in a non-transparent way, right? So this is the point I think you're raising, CT, which is really, the challenge we have as a country. Some of this is huge. It is intergenerational. But I think what we would say as Amnesty is that, we have given ourselves the tools within which to be able to create a society that keeps everybody dignified, safe, and out of fear. That tool primarily is the Constitution. If we follow that in the different organizational spaces that we're in, our schools, our hospitals, our banks even, and our government offices will operate in a manner in which they operate for us rather than for the people who happen to be there. So I think the challenge for human rights defenders is not just simply to focus on reactively to human rights violations. It is to create norms and values and a culture that actually is the mainstream that is based on human rights. And I think that's the work that human rights defenders will do. And for those people who are worried about the more, I guess you'd say, the more risky work of human rights defenders, the calling out, the marching in the streets, the the naming and shaming, the exclusive reports, those kind of things. If you don't want to support that work, then my request is support the work that is producing the culture that reduces the space for people to steal from us.
Do you think government should, because this government who has the
ultimately
most
it's
power,
government,
it is, right? Should then have a bit of egg on their face or a bit of stain of shame that there are so many human rights defenders, because I imagine that if it was a more secure space, you would have less human rights defenders. Should government not feel a bit off that there are so many?
I think they should feel definitely off that there's so many, but I think they should feel even more off that there's so many human rights violations. I mean, I think that's what I would be. If I was the Interior Minister and I had those statistics, 73 abductions, 61 deaths, 1,679 arbitrary arrests, I would have cause for disease, for not being disease. Yes. Actually, that's a great word. So it's both dis-ease and disease.
Yes.
But
isn't that what sickness is?
It is dis-ease.
Yeah.
If you interact with violations as often as we seem to do in this country, there's the question of the effect it has on us.
Absolutely.
And how it manifests in the way we deal with violations.
So then there is something wrong then, isn't it, Rongo? Because how can you? I imagine a situation that when you were 16 gives you goosebumps.
Right.
How then can you sit with compounded issues over and over and over and over again in an institution that is actually supposed to ensure that those things don't happen? It must do something.
So this is the reverse question to the question you asked me earlier, which was why do human rights defenders do human rights defending? Why don't Kenyans defend human rights? Primarily, they're frightened because the consequences are quite harsh. This is what we're seeing among what was a waking up, a generation of young emergent leaders that had woken up. They were smashed by the full weight of the state. Right? So you have traumatized that generation of leadership. Now, the thing we know from history is that they will still come back. The second thing I think is that people feel that they will not succeed. And I think that's the thing that we have to keep encouraging Kenyans to experience, is their power starts with standing up. And as I keep saying, if the National Heroes Council never gives Irungu Houghton a Human Rights Award or a Shujaa Award, if the Human Rights Defenders Award never gives Irungu a award, it doesn't really matter, because the work that we do is not for recognition. It is because we can look back and those twilight years, those sunset years of our lives, and say, I played my role at a point when the country needed me. And I'm sure every single state officer, as they go to their grave, as they are sitting, lying in their bed for the last time and thinking about their lives, they will not be present to the money they raised, to the people they cheated. They will be really thinking about, did I leave this country a better place or a worse place? Was I a good leader? Do I see leadership that has emerged that is good? Or have I essentially taken the country to the dogs?
Well said. Again, the Human Rights Awards will be on the 29th of November. We'll look out for those and see who are recognized, and let's all appreciate them. Irungu Houghton is the Executive Director for Amnesty International Kenya. He's been our guest. Thank you for being our listener throughout the show today, and asante sana for following. We'll be back tomorrow morning, God willing, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's now 10:01.